No, whatever. Anyway, why are you here? What do you want?
Hello, I am the product of a summoning circle that Will made. He wanted to produce a succubus, but I was birthed out instead, like a State Farm guy. But now we're gonna do a podcast together.
You can imagine my disappointment. Yeah, so
Yeah,
now
when I
now I
came out
just
in my
have
red polo
a
and slacks.
yeah, now I just have a slightly smelly white guy to deal with, and he he is gonna tell me about the Indian mystic and ashram founder Osho. So let it rip, bud. Who's Osho? What is
Oh,
Osho?
before we go in, I'd like to say a shout out to the audio series Building Utopia by Rusty King, which is where I got most of this information from. So if any of you are listening to this and you're like, wow, Richard's a fucking idiot, then you should listen to this instead. It's very good.
You hear that,
So
kids? Always cite your sources.
yeah, there we go. Yeah,
It's not plagiarism if you say 7 words up front.
exactly. Um, Now, anyways, so as Will mentioned, we're here to talk about Osho, but you see, once upon a time, Osho wasn't Osho yet. He was simply Chandra Mohan Jain. He was born in 1931 in the Madhya Pradesh state of India. So, as a kid, his nickname was Raj Rajneesh, which he would eventually name his cult afterwards. And he was kind of known as like a real rambunctious kid. Like he'd run around, he'd climb large trees and cliff sides, and he'd swim in rapid rivers. And he kind of had this gangle of kids that followed him around. And it was funny, you can kind of see the makings of a cult leader early on with him because he would test his friends. He was like the center of the circle. So he'd like command people to swim across rivers for him. And if kids didn't know how to swim, there were a couple instances where he'd grab them and throw them in the water or hold them under. And then afterwards, he'd bring them up and just be like, what did that make you feel?
Well,
So,
as I'm sure you know, the summer camp counselor experience can set off a never-ending power trip.
oh yeah,
So I think we both had some experience with that.
yeah,
So okay, he sort of drowns these kids, but is also like putting them through a form of initiation where that's probably like almost the most they've been freaked out in their life. And he's like, no, look, see, you're alive. It's cool. I did it to all your friends. You're learning to swim. Your
mhm,
parents will be so happy. You got over your fear of water. Okay, all right.
yeah.
You know,
So it's worth mentioning that he didn't have a whole lot of oversight during his upbringing. Early on, it's kind of vague on the details. Like, it doesn't really say why, but he spent a large period of time being raised by his grandparents, who cherished him and basically just let him do whatever the hell he wanted, which may have contributed to these behaviors, such as drowning children in a river. So, like, as time moved
wait,
on,
for the record, did any kids die?
no, not as far as I could see. I feel like if a kid did die, I would find it somewhere. But
Okay, cool. So we're not accusing Osho of murder as a teenager, to be clear.
yeah, here,
I gotta
PSA to
keep you.
the
I gotta
yeah,
keep you on course. Otherwise,
PSA to the Osho estate. We are
I don't
not
know on a
accusing
podcast
him of being a child murderer.
considered slander or libel. The usual difference is slander is a matter of speech and libel is a matter of writing. But maybe because podcasting has not been added, to the law, we can actually say whatever we want on here.
Maybe. Well, here,
Maybe.
I
Definitely not.
will. Yeah, well, I'm going to consult our sponsors, Lockheed Martin and the CIA, and whatever they tell me to do, we can figure it out in post.
Yeah, shout out to Brad, my man at
Yeah,
Raytheon, who is crushing it as the assistant manager for GBU 2,000-pound bomb production this quarter. We really need it over there in
yeah,
Gaza, and goddamn does he know how to keep the assembly line moving.
yeah. And
So
well,
thank
and
you.
funny enough, shout out to, from what I understand, was a guest on your podcast, Dick Cheney, who I met at Bohemian Grove. It was great, dude.
I, yeah, a real strong silent type, like a man
Yeah,
that you can tell anything to, and he
yeah.
will nod along and listen, and then use all of the things you just told him to destroy you. One of my favorite people ever. Okay, anyway, back to Osho, who didn't kill anyone when he was
who
13, to be
did
clear.
not who did not unalive any children. Will, we don't want to lose the sponsors, like I said. Anyways, moving on.
Be
So
careful. Okay,
it
there are
was
millennials listening to this, so they may
sorry.
need some comforting.
Yeah. So moving forward, he At some point in an early age, he both the death of his grandfather and of a young friend gave him a real chip on his shoulder. He started kind of misbehaving at school, but something that's worth noting is that he was regarded as a really good student, though. Like he was very bright for his age, and he just kind of had this like magnetic attitude that drew people to him. So throughout primary school, whatever you'd call it in India, eventually he decides to go to college, and he he decides to study philosophy. He gains an interest in, and it's funny because like he basically gained an interest in everything. He studied Jainism, Hinduism, Islam, Christianity. He studied socialism, capitalism, anarchism, like all of these different beliefs. And he started like developing a reputation as a pretty intelligent dude. So during this time, as he was growing his knowledge base, that's kind of when he first starts dipping his toe into being a guru. He started going on these long trips where he would just speak to people. And to his credit, it seemed like he actually had interesting stuff to say. Like every single lecture I'd ever listened to him was done in the US where he's just high as shit on Vicodin. And so I always just saw him as like a meme, like this
That
Percocet
was when he was
chewing.
doing, yeah, that was when he was
Yeah,
on the layup tour, where he had already
exactly.
gotten the millions. He didn't have to impress anybody at that point. He
Yeah.
already had worshipers. So yeah. So fuck yeah, he's getting loaded and fucking hitting the mic.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, I would. And unfortunately, the only thing standing in between me and success like that is that I don't live in a pre-internet era. I can't inspire people because they can just look me up and see a picture of my stupid smiling face, and then they're like, "This guy's a
And
god."
then they would be destroyed. Yeah. Yeah. Should they ever find an image of you, God be with your soul.
I really should just
Anyway,
start introducing myself as God or Jesus Christ in interviews. I wonder if that would work.
no, there's too many people already doing that. I mean, do you
Okay.
ever see the Vice article about Siberian Jesus? Not article, but
No,
YouTube video.
I
Yeah,
did not.
well, if you ever need to fucking waste 30 minutes of your life, you can watch the Vice episode where they go to Siberia and they find a very remote village where there's a Russian guy that looks quite a lot like the Renaissance paintings of Jesus, to be fair,
Fair enough.
which is probably how he, got the job in the first place. And he says, like nothing in the interview, just kind of does the saintly thing of like, I just sit on the rock and I smile and I nod at people and give them hugs.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah. So it's a really easy job. The only thing I guess you can't do is look stressed out. The guru should never seem stressed. Guru angry? Okay.
Mhm.
Guru lovey happy? Okay. Guru in total stone faced silence? Okay. But a guru that's like spilling coffee out of his cup and going like, oh fuck shit, god damn it, so many things to do today. Post-it notes, God, fuck it. I think I should get to the top of this to-do list. And then I gotta call. Like you'd be like, that person's not enlightened.
Well, Osho was surrounded by bimbos, so I don't think he was that stressed out, to be honest with you. I think he had a
Yeah.
lot of outlets. And we'll talk about the bimbo. The bimbos are a key part of this story. I probably shouldn't call them bimbos, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Anyways, so whatever. Fuck it. Just one last footnote on the Vice article. I do love the idea that Jesus came back to Earth and shows fucking Siberia.
I mean, like, man, it's not, that's just one case, right?
That's true.
There's Brazilian Jesus who does talk shows from time
And
to
as
time.
BBL.
Multiple people in the United States claim like either total spiritual enlightenment or reincarnation. People claiming literal reincarnation of Christ is getting, I guess, less
Yeah.
compared to the people that are claiming to be, excuse me, star seeds or light workers or other things that Osho would have nodded along to,
Yeah.
I'm sure. So anyway, let's go
Well,
back
I'm a
to
bit of a lavender child
Osho.
myself, so yeah, let's get back into it.
I've always seen indigo in your aura, always.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And I've always seen amber in yours. Amber's the color of your energy.
how unoriginal. Uh, 311 fans are not pleased with you right now, or maybe they are
Uh,
pleased with you. Okay,
I
back to
think the
Osho.
311 fans are all dads in their 60s now. But anyways, back to Osho. We've said that like 5 times now. So he started going on the circuit, so to speak, and people actually started. Well, I was about to say people actually started to like him. Really, what he was heavily divisive, because he would go out there and relentlessly shit talk every established religion. He shit
Sounds like
talked.
me when I'm 19. Yeah.
You are, yeah, you're very Osho like. Well, he
Yeah.
and not from not not to imply that he was an atheist or that he was preaching atheism. He was criticizing the institutions. He described Hinduism as a hollow, like, corpse of itself, that it had lost meaning and was drowned in rituals. So and he started preaching his own basically version of Buddhism and Hinduism and Jainism, where he'd just take bits and pieces out of them, and then also be like, his main thing was he talked about how in all these belief systems there's this idea of non-attachment, and he was like, well, you should live in the world and be an active part of it. You should have sex. It's something that's divine. You should, have friends and family, have a drink, like actively
So
participate
I'm
in
sure I
life.
get to eat meat, right? Like I'm sure bacon and steak are on the
Yeah,
table. Okay,
he's
good.
for
Right.
him.
That would be essential in my case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and also, so by the way, this is going to be about the early 50s, just for some context. So early to mid 50s. So another thing that he talked about, which was pretty progressive, is he preached about like how the caste system was bullshit and how like lower income people should be treated well. He talked about women's rights. And it was kind of just in that moment leading up to the swinging 60s where like it was just ripe for that sort of that.
Timing.
Oh yeah,
Timing.
and so, yeah, timing is everything. Eventually, he started to gain a little bit of a following. He also gained some enemies, which will come up later, but he started to really draw a bit of a crowd. But he hit an issue, and the issue was every single time he would preach, it was to a new audience. So he would talk, and then new people would come in, and he'd have to revisit the same topics over and over and over again, and he grew tired of it. What he decided is he thought, I need to make my own community. I need to make my own ashram. Is a term that's going to pop up a lot. It basically means like a commune, or like a community or a church. So I can
Or a
repeatedly
school.
preach to the same people, and we can build on those concepts and advance them. Now,
Makes sense. Okay.
yeah, and so, as he gained prominence, he gained the attention of wealthier people in India. And because of that, they offered, hey, come out to Bombay, which is nowadays is known as Mumbai. Come out to Bombay. We'll get you an apartment, and you can preach out of your apartment. You can take
This is
this
the
more
moment you've
seriously.
always hoped for. This is the moment of your dreams right here,
Yeah,
Bhagwan Richard. The moment where like, the rich, bored matroness or whatever takes you into her little like side mansion and
oh
says, "We're
yeah.
gonna set you up here and you'll have a couple servants. Once in a while I'll drop by and I expect you to give me drugs and entertain me with your amusing spiritual stories. And then I'll leave and you can go back to whatever the fuck it is you do all day."
Yes,
This is,
ma'am.
yeah, yeah. If there are any rich matronesses listening,
Yeah. Yeah,
aim it
listen, I
at
don't have any
Richard.
socials. I don't have my own podcast. I don't have anything. Do a smoke signal and summon me. If you are a lonely rich old woman who's close to death, I'll do anything you want. I swear to God.
We'll get him a
I'm so
lobster
sick of
bit.
having a
Okay, I
job.
promise he'll get in there. Anyway, back to the story.
Yeah. So at this point, Stella's got her groove back. Osha's got a new groove, and he's like, hell yeah, I'm going to Bombay. So he goes there and he establishes a little bit of a community in this apartment. People would come and visit him. They would consult him about different therapies, different religions, different beliefs, and he was pretty open. And so, wait here, let me consult my notes real quick. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything.
I expect full scholarly rigor from you at all times. So, cite your sources, man, or
Oh,
perish.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So, now we have slid all the way up to 1971. So at this point, he's developing kind of a bigger community, a bigger church, and people are throwing more money at him. He is just having a blast. Some people will come up to him and he'll do sermons in his own room, like wherever he has to do it. But there's a key turning point around this point where he gains international attention. Nobody's really talked about how it happens. Just at some point, like people picked up on the fact that he was a holy man, and people from the West, Europe, America, started coming over, and usually people with enough money to travel. So when the Westerners, when the YT Devils, when the honkies get involved, naturally things get evil really quick. things get a little corrupt.
I mean, right,
I
of course.
just heard the deepest sigh from you. When the honky donks come into town, shit gets evil, and we all know that that's the truth.
I mean, I don't think the listeners of my podcast will be shocked by anti-white racism coming
That's
from
true.
me. Please don't.
Well, here's the thing, beautiful, noble listeners. Well, didn't say it, I did. So we can
That's
all be
right.
friends here. I just kissed you on the forehead, listener. I love you.
It's like that thing
You're my
all the
best
Twitter
friend in real
blue
life.
checks. It's like that thing the Twitter blue checks say where they're like, a retweet is not an endorsement. And it's like, it kind of fucking is.
Yeah. Any press is
Like,
good press.
Like, I'm not saying I am Richard, but the fact that I am spending hours talking to him and putting it on the internet kind of means that I'm kind of with Richard at the end of the day. So
That's true.
we're going
co-hosts.
down. We're going down together.
We're gonna jump into this volcano with our arms and hands interlocked,
staring so deep into each other's eyes.
so deep into my unshaved eyebrows.
You are a very hairy man and should do something about it. Okay, Osho.
I did do something about it. I got minoxidil and finasteride to make it even worse.
Oh, cool. Right. How's
Anyways,
male pattern balding treating you at the age of 28?
Honestly, I think it's gonna work out for me. I think I'm gonna be fine. Fuck you, Dad. You can't give me your curse. I'm not going down with you, Dad.
Say it with me. We will not become our fathers. We will not become our fathers. Yeah, it's genetics. It's locked in, baby. Anyway,
but yeah, so hitting the pause button on the timeline here. So as Osho starts to develop a community, he starts finding personalities that he likes. He wants disciples. And so he starts like looking around and trying to find the right people for that job. And for those people, when he likes them, he grants them the title of Sanaya. I think that's how you pronounce it. Sanya. Fuck it.
Wait, one more time.
Sanya. But the guy on Larry King kept on saying Sanaya, so that's what I'm going to say.
All right.
But
by the way,
anyway,
obviously neither of us know any Indian languages, Sanskrit, Pali.
No.
None of it. Nope.
I grew up in the United States, and I have tried so hard to learn Spanish for years, and I still know nothing. So
yeah, we're
good
American
luck on
at the end of the day. It's kind of English or bust.
I was about to say, get on the bandwagon. Actually, that's a terrible thing to say. Move on. So, yeah, so he grants them the title of Sanaya. Now, he didn't invent that term, and it actually ended up being pretty controversial because in Hinduism at the time, a Sanaya was like an aesthetic. They would put on these bright, colorful robes, not like bright and colorful, but these like sort of like summer or spring colored clothes as kind of a sign that they had given up the pleasures of the flesh, that they had pursued a more sage-like lifestyle and were holy men, and they were treated with a lot of respect. Now, Osho caught a lot of flack.
I got a pair of robes. I just need to go on Amazon and get myself some more robes. And
you know what? If the people like it, we can just start like putting video in this, and they can see our beautiful like flowing robes. We can grow out long, disgusting beards.
Step 1 is you get the robe. Step 2 is you get the shoes with like the sock, sandal, that whole thing that they always do. I've seen a number of monks in airports that have now just gone for the strap-on sandals and socks, which very dadcore, very cool.
Hell yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I just want to be comfortable on this plane. I respect it completely. But then there's the real filter event, which is like, ooh, do I shave my head? That's when you're kind of locked in, is when you shave the head. See, that's why the Marines do it. They don't really care how long your fucking hair is. They're just like, you're one of us now, baldy,
depersonalize you,
ass forehead, turning you into a fucking doing all that Full Metal Jacket shit to you, where they train you like a fully lubricated killing machine over the course of like many weeks of repeated psychological abuse and conditioning. Right. And then it all works out. That's the end of the movie.
I don't know. Personally, I think we should do the opposite and do just completely fund elective surgery for all of our troops and just make them the most beautiful men possible.
I mean, they're already pretty hot, man. Like, soldiers do just fine in the world of fucking.
You get like Kevlar breast implants and stuff.
I mean, okay, yeah, why not? I mean, it sounds a little hard, but, it's a question of whether it's mostly for user comfort or, let's say, interaction purposes.
Both. It's business and pleasure.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you about your haircut, is it can't decide which one it is.
Oh my God. Someday we will do a camera and people will be stunned by my beauty. Anyways, moving on. Back to speaking of stunning beauty, let's talk about Osho.
Okay. Yeah. Very graceful
So,
looking old Indian man. He
yeah,
he really looks the part.
yeah,
I'm sorry, like I was thinking like if he looked like, I don't know, if he looked like a white guy with a pocket protector and glasses and a bald head, like would anyone listen to him? The fact that
yeah.
he looks like a sage, right? He looks like like the way an Indian guru would look in the
I want to reach out and
Encyclopedia
stroke his beard.
Britannica.
Like, I just want to give it a
Very
tug.
long.
It's just,
I
yeah,
mean, it's another classic sage thing is you've got to get a beard that's like down to your belly button.
that's true.
Uh, yeah.
Honestly, if I had a beard like that, I could tolerate being bald.
The guy we're talking about, first of all, is Osho still alive?
No, Osho died in the
Oh,
like
thank
early
God.
90s. He died when he was
Thank
like,
God. That means we can
yeah.
say whatever we want about him. That's
Oh
good.
yeah, no. He died in his like early 50s, I want to say, of health complications.
That's really strange for a guy who
Well,
proclaimed himself as possessing like the secret to eternal youth and long life
well,
and health.
so here's the
Curious.
thing. Here's the thing. So for our beautiful, amazing listeners, who I just love so very much, we're probably going to do this in 2 episodes if it pays off. So I've already determined a halfway point here. What Will was talking about, a lot of that stuff's going to be in episode 2. And let's just say somebody, Mr. Ultraman, may have gotten sick of his life, may have gotten sick of little Osho. But that's just hearsay. We'll get into that later. Episode 2 is where the real schizo government stuff comes out.
Wait, I'm sorry. Fuck. It took me a moment to process what you just said. Mr. Ultralife?
No, I said Mr. MK Ultraman.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying the
Anyway,
CIA, the sponsor of this podcast.
don't be too elliptical, dude. Like, I go on here, I accuse the CIA of war crimes practically every time I'm on the mic. Dude, they don't care. Part of the flex with the CIA is how little they care about people investigating their
Oh, yeah.
past. That
Well,
is
okay, well, then I'll
part
say
of projecting true
Well,
power. Is
then
just
I'll
like,
say it plainly.
write your book.
Ronald Reagan personally killed Osho with his bare hands.
No, impossible to believe.
He grabbed
Reagan-
either side of his head and plunged his thumbs into his eyes, and that's how Osho
the
died.
only person Ronald Reagan ever manhandled was his wife.
Well, Nancy, well, thanks, Nancy.
Fucking disgusting ghost of a fucking man. Anyway,
Holy shit! By the way, we could do some episodes about that.
a fucking wax museum character that not only has come to life but refuses to fucking deactivate. Like,
Yeah, wait,
the
who's
number
the
of
guy
people
that-
who are still citing Reagan. Jesus Christ, you should.
Who's the guy that shot Reagan? Was it Hinckley?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember.
I think it's Hinckley. So you should look into that. Actually, this
Another
is off
case
topic.
where
We
a
can do this in another episode.
another case where a catastrophically bad presidency could have been averted if a bullet would have traveled 2 inches in one direction. Yeah.
Yeah, well, instead we got Nancy and her astrologer in charge.
The thing is when a failed assassination attempt happens, creates in the minds of people the idea, because like the approval ratings shoot up immediately and stay
Oh,
up.
yeah.
And the reason why is because people literally believe in like divine providence, and they're like, well, if the bullet missed Reagan's heart, or if the bullet only grazed Trump's ear, that is a sign, of course, that God has intervened, put his little God finger on the bullet and made it move 2 inches because he loves Ronald Reagan. Donald Trump. He doesn't love any of the people that they're harming, but he loves them,
Will, I have to interrupt. I don't like the phrase little God finger. I'd like to think that he has a big, long ET finger. That he reached down from the sky like a giant twig.
It's a secular podcast, Richard, so I will never come after you for whatever it is you pretend to believe about God. Don't worry about that.
Every single
it's
day
okay.
I
have
whip out
no
my rug
perspective
and
on
bow in
religion.
front of my giant ET figurine.
Okay, yeah,
I just love his little body. Anyways, moving on.
As the principal at a school told me when I threatened to bring a civil rights case against him, it's a free country, man. Do what you want.
It's true. I like how you fit that one in, Will.
That's a true story, by the way. That's not a joke.
Will
Moving
Luther
on.
King. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm a hero.
You are a hero.
They will name streets after me. Probably the ones in front of prisons.
When I got the acceptance letter to this podcast, I sobbed into my hands. I've never been so honored in my life.
It was flown in by owl. It was
True.
actually, yeah, it had a wax seal, and it, when you opened it, it like glowed slightly.
Yeah, it was like opening up a chest like in the Goonies and seeing that bright gold light envelop my eyes.
God, I need to watch The Goonies again. I've been told that I will hate the ending because it's basically a disabled guy chained to a cave wall. But
No, I think you mistook that for the ending of Blood Meridian. That's not
okay.
exactly what the ending is.
No, you are gonna have to start your own Cormac McCarthy podcast. Do
I'm
not.
not gonna do that because it will literally just be like it'll be borderline comedy of me just reading a bullet list of atrocities. It's just gonna be the podcast.
It's all about formatting, dude. You don't do a bullet list of atrocities. You do like a story, a narrative, beginning, middle, end, plot, action, dialogue, characters, sound effects.
Well, the issue is
That's how you do
Blood Meridian
atrocities on
is
a podcast.
Blood Meridian almost is just a bullet list of atrocities, and I don't know why I like it so much, but it's an awesome book.
Because you're obsessed with fucked up shit, obviously. Moving on to Osho.
Okay.
It's not a judgment, dude. What do you think I do all day?
No, it's true. I like looking at the train wreck sometimes, but um, so yeah, where were we? At this point, Osho is developing a bit
Early
more of a
70s, 1971.
early,
So.
1971. He's building up a bigger community in Bombay, and some Westerners are coming in. They're bringing more money, and the focus of the Rajneesh, as they're called, once again named after his childhood nickname, Osho's childhood nickname. They're focus ships, and they start appealing to Western audiences more. Around this time, Osho actually did his first public address. Not his first public address, but his first public filmed sermon. And it was no coincidence that he did it in English. That kind of reflects where the focus, where his attention was going, because they were not in English beforehand. So he does a couple of things.
This is still in Bombay, right?
This is still in Bombay.
Okay.
Yeah. Still in that same apartment. Another thing is, so we were talking about the Sannyas before. So he called his disciples neo-Sannyas, and they got a lot of negative attention. He'd give them the bright, colorful robes. He'd also give them a medallion with his face on it. And it's funny, I was listening to him speak, and he was like, "No,
is this where we announced the Kickstarter to get a medallion with your face on it?" Well, at the $5 level, we'll send you a thank you note. At the $10 level, we'll send you the chain, but then you'll have to buy the stamp later. But $20, that's where the value is. That's where we give you the thank you note, the chain, and the medallion, and Richard personally gives you a kiss.
Yep, I will personally, I will take on the weight of all the world's cold sores and kiss every single one of you.
You will become the greatest vector for herpes if you haven't already.
That's for this Patreon, we're actually going to set up a kissing booth, and Richard has to be there if he wants to do another episode.
And I'm gonna have to somehow skirt prostitution laws.
It's like that episode of South Park with Butters kissing group.
We'll do it in Vegas.
That's true. Yeah. We'll make it happen
where the pros are legal. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. And if anybody wants to kiss Bhagwan Richard and see his bright, beautiful face and look into his hairy eyes, there you go. So, but yeah, so
70s.
The funny thing about
English, yep.
Yeah, so the funny thing about these medallions, like I said, it's just a picture of his face, which by itself is like, oh, okay, whatever. But I listened to this sermon he did where it's like he's addressing the allegations that he's an asshole. He's like, I know. Yeah, he's like, listen, people have been saying that, and I'm not going to do the accent.
Please don't.
I'm not going to do the accent. I'm going to speak with my own voice. But if for anybody listening to this, I'd recommend you look up some of his sermons, mainly just for how slow he talks. Like he is literally just the relaxed human avatar of Percocet. Like it's just I've never seen him.
But here's my question: is he always like this? Like back to the earliest recordings?
Yes.
Or is it? This is just his thing. Is he says one word every couple of seconds?
Yeah, which from what I've gathered, because something we should establish is that like India at this point he was far from unique. Like there was a movement of holy men. If you really looked into the history, you could probably find 10,000 cults in well, I mean in America too, but in India at this time, it was kind of a cultural movement. Is this guru thing? They called them god men. Just these people that would start off as holy guys and then just ascend, just be like, oh, God told me I'm God. So yeah. Anyways,
That's the moment when they decided that they were done eating like gruel out of a wooden bowl at a monastery and
yeah,
like begging on the side of the road. They're like, this blows. I'm God. Why do I have to do this? I want followers, okay? I want comfortable clothes. I want air conditioning. There's going to be some pussy down the line for me. I'm going to
yeah.
make sure I get some of that. And like the monastery, they don't let you drink, they don't let you smoke. I mean, like I'm God. Why would God
Yeah.
have rules?
Well, he came to
Yeah.
kind of the same conclusion that like Alan Watts came to, which is like, yeah, like Buddhism, like, this aesthetic lifestyle and being a good father, all those things are like really meaningful. But having three ways with hairy white women all the time, way cooler.
Yeah, I have forgotten the names of half of my children and am dodging multiple like child support payment things and by like this is a real thing about Alan Watts. Like he was so desperate to avoid child support payments, he got into like the yacht of a rich benefactor and sailed around the world for a while because like the fucking IRS and so forth and lawyers were after him and he's like I there's a rich person who thinks I'm very fun to listen to and they're going to put me up on their yacht and I am going to sail around Europe and everywhere I go very hot smart people will just appear on the docks and want to know my opinion on fucking everything and he did that for so long that he forgot that like one of his four wives was going bankrupt trying to support their children.
I'd like to reiterate, if there are any rich elderly women listening to this podcast, please seek me out. That's the type of shit I want to be
No,
on.
listen, Richard, before you begin your cult leader world tour, you have to just get a vasectomy, dude. I mean, just don't make the same mistake Alan did. All right. Just get
That's
your
true.
it's reversible. It's easy. It's a completely good decision considering your well, let's just call it your genetics. It might be a good thought. Anyway,
That's true. So back to Osho. That's good. Honestly, that should just be the name of the podcast. I've said it so many times. Anyways, back
back
to
to
Osho.
show. Yeah. I'll
Uh,
consider it.
no, honestly, I like Spark Notes with Richard. I think that's a pretty good summary of what this is.
No. Bhagwan Richard presents Osho.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Holy Godman Bhagwan Richard first
We'll come up
presents.
with a six-syllable like Hindu sounding name for you that
Yeah,
will alienate a billion people when they
we
read
should.
it.
And also, much like so. By the way, so I did a lot of research, and by that I mean I listened to one audio series over like 5 days and wrote notes about it. Um, can you all appreciate the fact that I had to read like 10 different names for this asshole? That was like his thing is he just kept changing his goddamn name. And the thing is, we're sticking to Osho because that is the last name he went by. Yeah, it's just fuck you, Osho. I'm sorry, but like
I
you're
just
making this
had
really hard for me.
I had a friend back in college who was interested in Buddhism, and we would kind of point at Osho and laugh. And he was talking about all the different name changes, and he just shrugged his shoulders and he said, "The guy's gone through a lot of rebrands." And I feel
Yeah,
like we were both entrepreneurs at the time, so we were pretty fucking amazed at the power of branding, to put it mildly.
it
And
is.
like that is part of it, when you're a public intellectual or whatever. It's like, yeah, I could change my handle, change my name. How many times has Snoop Dogg changed his fucking name? Or
I think twice.
Kanye? Yeah,
Well, for
look, we
Snoop
can
Dogg, that was just to be a kiss ass to the judge because the judge, from what I understand, the judge was
now
Muslim.
listen, I'm not comparing Snoop Dogg to Kanye.
Yeah,
Snoop's all right as far as I could tell, but
Snoop's actually a good dad, from what I understand.
when I was teaching kindergarten, this is a real story. When I was teaching kindergarten, there was, because I was coming in substitute, and there was a teacher that was their normal teacher. She was there for the first 10 minutes, and she's like, I'm just going to get him started with an activity, and then I got to go do my meetings. And I'm like, nah, that sounds fun. And so she goes on YouTube, and she puts on the Snoop Dogg ABC sing-along. And it's literally like a professionally produced series of music videos aimed at kindergartners and
So
second graders.
awesome.
It's real. Yeah, you can look this up. Yeah, like hooked on phonics with Snoop Dogg. And I'm like, this day might actually be all right. We'll see what happens.
I respect the hell out of that decision.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, Osho,
Oh yeah. So
as we'll be calling him for the whole series.
yeah, or Bhagwan, but that's actually just about to come up. So around this time, like Osho develops a form of meditation that he calls dynamic meditation, where basically you and a bunch of other people go into a room and freak the fuck out. Like you jump around, you hoot and holler, like you just shake and move, and
Just for people that have like never been to college.
probably. It's probably for college dropouts that have like inherited wealth so they can just move to India at a
I
whim.
mean, listen, I was pretty much a shut-in in college in case, like the fact that I run the History Philosophy Audio podcast it doesn't clarify. But I did go to a few parties in college, and I feel like this could only seem like a spiritual experience to someone that's never partied.
Yeah. Well, funny enough, that's actually a good transition. So, speaking of somebody who doesn't party, one of Osho's first and most valuable, like well, not first disciple, but one of the biggest disciples that will be a part of his life is a woman named Christine Wolfe, an American, who at some point, she, from what I understand, she had a reputation of being kind of a quiet, shy young lady, and she kind of shocked her family and friends when she was like, "Yep, fuck it, going to India, bye bye." So she hops on a plane, she goes out there, and she had not heard of Osho yet. She was just going there to experience something. And so she goes, and one day she meets another traveler, and they decide to board together, another young woman. And she's walking around with this person, and at some point she sees this big circle of people with a robed older man in the middle. And he's not speaking English, but the way she describes it, he had this magnetic pull. He had these deep, dark eyes that were compassionate, and she just
Rasputin.
felt caught in his orbit. And so she went to the front of the group and sat down and listened. And she didn't understand what she was saying, but she just had these feelings, like this feeling that something profound was being spoken, which, if we want to if we want to just like get out of the story for a second, that's fucking stupid. But anyways, we're gonna keep on going.
I was wondering if you were about to be so tender to her, like, we've
No,
all felt that way in someone else's
I'm sorry.
presence, and I can't blame her for being overcome with emotion. Also,
Nope.
I want to say one thing. I want to say
Yeah, go on.
one thing about myself, which is, listeners, you may think that I have some kind of disdain for yoga and meditation and
Oh, quite
Buddhism
the
and
opposite.
Hinduism, and the reality is like quite the opposite. I have 20 books on it. I have known teachers across many traditions. I am doing this show in part because I hate the bastardization of yoga and think that Osho is mostly part of that problem. So I am not like one of these atheist people who's like, well, don't be mystified by all these, oriental eccentricities. Like, no, like there is a point to yoga, there is a point to meditation. And I think that Osho, because anyone who tries this hard spiritually does make progress. Like Osho did have spiritual attainment, but he then got caught up in like drawing people to himself and making everything about him. And it's the opposite of spirituality, and it causes disasters, which
Yeah.
we will be getting to.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. So that is something I should establish. I am everything Will just said. I'm on the same page. I have no lack of respect for religion, and once again, I wouldn't even describe myself as an atheist either. So this is not like there are just parts of this story that make me laugh, and that's just all. That it is as simple as that. For example, a person sitting in front of a person from a small town, just literally hearing one guy speak Hindi and just be like, wow, that's the most profound thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. It's just anything that is not somebody
A
speaking
lot of
English.
it is just shining the rubes. A lot of it is
Yeah.
just shining the rubes. And like, it's really one of these things where like if you had done the reading, right? If you had been on YouTube or something, like if you had the barest background in let's just say Indian religion, whether it's Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, etc., all the religious diversity that's down there, Sufism and Islam as well. Impossible to summarize the religious life of India, but if you had done, the basics, like you would not be so shocked because all this guy is doing is borrowing from old books.
Yeah.
All the Osho sayings are really just sayings from the Tao Te Ching or, books about Zen like D.T. Suzuki and so forth and so on. And it's like, if people were literate in the true sense, like of having read classic works, they would just be like, yeah, okay, he's another one of these guys.
Mhm.
But when you just farm dirt all day and then this guy shows up, you're like, he's fucking levitating. I could see it right in front of my
Yeah.
eyes,
Well, and it's also not really a surprise that India is this melting pot of all these beliefs. Because if you look at it culturally, it kind of is just the center of the world, so to speak. Like it's just this perfect in-between spot of like Asia, Southeastern Asia, the Middle East, Europe, like it, which has kind of allowed it to absorb all these different cultural influences. And I think that like Osho popped up in a time where people kind of group other people had also just grown up around all these different things. And I think part of the reason why they were attracted to Osho is because he married all these different groups together in his sermons, and he paid respect to them. He would also criticize them relentlessly. I think the best way I can put it is for a lot of people, I think Osho was cathartic. He broke the very like rigid conservative culture that they had, and people could go there and just, like I said in dynamic meditation, just let the freak out. Like they can just be themselves and engage with the world, have a drink, engage in sex. And I don't even mean that as like a joke. There was a freedom to being a part of his inner circle at this time. Because something I want to mention is that like
Wait,
obviously
wait,
this
wait,
will
hold on.
change.
But
What's up?
I will let you go on. But first, I have to pay my debt to India right now for all the mockery of Indian things that's happening. There are two books about India, which anyone who wants like real sympathetic accounts of Indian culture should read. One of them just came out and is called The Golden Road by William Dalrymple. How ancient India transformed the world, about the so-called Indian Golden Age and how we have underestimated the impact of India in world history. And then there's a series of Indian religion books published by Eknath Easwaran and Nilgiri Press, where he does the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Dhammapada. And those three books together, I would make the required reading for every human being on Earth if I was Plato's philosopher king, including the introductions and the footnotes, which are some of the most beautiful and profound writing I have ever read. That
Yeah,
anyway, that is my thing about my genuine respect for India, but also fuck Osho. Anyway, back to the show.
yeah, exactly. Well, like I said, we're just having like Will, myself, we're just having a laugh at the ridiculousness of any cult. Like how it seems very innocent at first, and also there are a lot of likable qualities, but it like you can tell when a very wise, very worldly, very educated, because actually to be fair, Osho was very educated, and was a reasonably intelligent guy when the penis takes the reins. And then things get just completely ridiculous. This is, yeah, Osho has
That's when
nothing
the
to do with any.
Netflix documentary goes from like you're tapping your
Yep.
fingers on the armrest, like, okay. And then it's suddenly like, and then they introduced free sex, and you're like, now shit's gonna
Oh
start
yeah.
going up the wall. Okay.
So, anyways, we were talking about Christine Wolfe. So, we're not going to be. I just want to kind of give a little bit of her backstory because she's going to play a bigger part in the second episode if we do it, where they end up going to the United States. But what you should know is eventually she became a Sanaya. She became a part of Osho's inner circle, and he christened her with the name Vivek. I think the full name is Ma. Ma Anand Vivek or Ma Yoga Vivek, who cares? Like this is Spark Notes with Richard. We don't need to go into the nitty gritty. Just think about this little character Vivek. Later in Osho's life, she would become a very serious companion of his. I believe they were a bit romantically involved. She was his caretaker when his health failed. And also, there were a bunch of attempts on her life. Because something you'll find as things develop is, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute, Osho eventually starts kind of his interest shift. I would say at 1971, he still does have spiritual and academic interests, and he is doing good things for people. He really hasn't formed a serious cult yet, even though he has a following. I can, because like I said, I listened to some of his sermons during this time, and it honestly did change my perspective on Osho. I felt some level of sincerity in some of them, as opposed to before, where I just had a completely cynical outlook. So we have Vivek, and honestly, we can just move on from her. She'll become more important later. Ma Anand Sheila. So listeners, any of you who have watched Wild Wild Country, you're probably waiting for Sheila. Like, when does she come in? Because she is such a huge player in the Rajneesh, especially in Rajneesh Param, the name of the organ compound. She's actually mostly going to be on the tail end of that of this episode, and I will address that. She will be brought up near the end. There was an important character. So I'm setting up Vivek because she's important near the end of his life, but honestly, we're not going to talk about her very much. Who we will be talking about is a woman named Laxmi, who will eventually be replaced by Sheila.
Okay, so we're going to start with Lakshmi, and then she's going to get, what, downgraded for a younger, hotter model? I mean,
It's not even, well, we'll get to that. You know what? This is actually a decent place to pick back up. So what do we know by now? We know a little bit about the history of Osho. We know that he's starting to gain this group, these followers, and he's starting to feel himself a little bit. He's kind of liking being in charge of a group of people. And you start to see, this is the point around 1971, like we said before, where he starts to really feel himself. So one of the first things he does is, people have taken him aside before and asked them, Osho, or at this point, a number of different, they wouldn't have called him Osho yet, but they're like, hey, how did you become enlightened? And he had told a couple of people. And it's funny because I'm about to tell you a story that I'm going to bring up Philip K. Dick, which I think you'll like, because I'm going to ask you a question.
Finally, I get to discuss PKD with somebody on a fucking podcast. I'm the whitest man on earth. Moving on. Fuck.
So she decides to come out and give a sermon about when he achieved enlightenment. So at this point, it would have happened about 20 years beforehand. He would have been in his early 20s. And so Osho described how there was a period in his life, and this is kind of a classic moment in the mystic's journey, if you want to talk about it archetypically, where Osho desired to understand divinity and to understand God. And so he explored.
He's going to go on a field trip as God. He's going to be like, I'm going to be God for a bit, and I'm going to see how I like that.
Well, not quite yet. In his feast, he realizes that in his early 20s, he is searching for meaning and understanding. And so he searches. Yeah, he talks to wise men, he reads books, he does all these different things, and nothing feels right. Nothing just has that moment where it clicks and he just understands the universe.
Relatable.
Oh yeah. And there is a point where he gives up completely, and this is a part of his sermon. And he said that when he gave up completely, the way he describes it, it's almost like when you're in a relationship that isn't working and you just you're like, I know that I need to break up with this person, but the 2 weeks leading up to that are just hell. And then eventually you do it and you're sad, but there's this sense of just like, it's over. And that's kind of what Osho describes. Like Osho describes
to like cause breakup arguments to break out in the audience. Are you doing like a mass hypnosis thing to get the listeners to break up with their partners?
It's 4D chess. Yeah.
It's 0D chess, dude. Stick to the script. Jesus.
Well, this is an important part of enlightenment. I think that was his enlightenment. So alleged enlightenment.
So he gives up completely. He's like, okay, it's all bullshit. It's all, as Terrence McKenna says, a skin game. And at that moment, what?
Oh, so something I left out is he also mentioned during this search that he suffered from these horrible headaches. So
also relatable.
Oh yeah. Well, and that's eventually going to be where I bring up Philip K. Dick. So he suffers from these horrible, crippling headaches, and so he gives up his search for God. And he describes it as like, I was sad, but there was just this feeling of peace. So it goes, and eventually he goes home, And at some point while he's in his home, he just feels this force. He feels this energy that overwhelms him. He described it verbatim as saying, like, I felt like I was exploding. Just this ecstasy hit him. And suddenly he wasn't just in his body, he occupied the space around his body too. And at some point, he's like, I have to get outside. He said in the sermon, this room was too small a place for this experience. And so he rushed outside. And he said that he looked up and he saw the stars. He looked at his garden and he just saw how alive it was. He was just acutely aware of how much life and energy there was in reality. And at that
My
point,
man's
that's,
having a good trip.
oh
Having
yeah.
a good trip. Yeah.
Well, he's either having a good trip or he's having a catastrophic stroke after all those headaches that might have put him in the direction like PKD was. Like, and that's the thing.
I mean, yeah, it's like when your brain breaks a little bit, you see like the TV fuzz of the universe, and you're like, oh shit, like this isn't as real as I thought.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
But he has this profound, and by the way, that coincides back when he was a professor, or at least becoming a lecturer, and that's kind of when he went out into the world. Now, something I'd like to say is I don't have an opinion on what happened there. There are a number of possibilities. One, he had a sincere mystical experience, which is very possible. Two, he's lying, which is very possible. Three, he had a colossal stroke after all those headaches, which is possible. And four, he was on drugs and just thought that sounded less cool, which is also possible. It is impossible to determine which one of those are true.
well, listen, hold on. But the year that it happened, I think, is highly suggestive.
Yeah, it would have
Which is
happened in the
19,
50s.
which is oh, this happened in the 50s?
No, this would have happened in the early 50s.
Wait, I thought we were talking about the 70s.
No, so I'm saying that I think I mentioned this, but I'll mention it again. At this point in 1971, he's finally coming out to his group, his ashram.
This is just when
And
he's telling a story. He's telling
yeah,
a story in chapter one.
the story
But
of his enlightenment takes place 20 years earlier.
Okay, because what I was trying to figure
Yeah.
out was whether LSD had made its way to India yet, and the answer would be no, in the case of the 1950s, but would be a big capital D definite fucking yes, by 1971,
Oh yeah.
because the American Flower Power kids were following Timothy Leary to India, and every government official should know that when Timothy Leary comes to town, acid comes with him in
Time to open the circuits up
catastrophically huge civilization shifting doses.
of the real old stuff too.
Yeah, that's when you start getting people like trying to put it in the water tower. A thought that literally every 60s person has had at some point,
Oh yeah.
but has actually been carried out covertly on more than one occasion. To what
Mhm.
effect, historians will forever be blind. But anyway, back to
Well, who knows? Maybe someday we'll do some MK Ultra minisodes of just little stories in it,
no,
like
no,
the menu
no,
staring
no,
goats. That'd be so much fun.
I do not. No, don't.
You should never have.
Mindful considered within the bounds of to take down entire urban centers using a few household chemicals. That's when you get bumped to another register of
Well,
surveillance.
Will, you should know that when you got on your knees and put down that summoning circle that you fucked up and summoned me, I'm a being of pure chaos and I will destroy your podcast.
Well, yeah.
I'm a State Farm agent and I will destroy everything you love.
Hail Lord Shiva. What the fuck can I say?
Hail Lord State Farm. So, anyways, that was OSHA's
10,000 years of bad karma by blaspheming.
Hey, you did it, not me. So, I'm gonna bring up the worst of you on these podcasts, and I think people are gonna love it. Anyways,
Yeah.
so he's doing this sermon. He's describing his experience. When he describes first feeling enlightenment, and around this time he decides to change his name. That's when he goes by Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh. So,
Okay,
as I mentioned before,
that's the name the Netflix watchers will know, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So until 1971, I think he went by Ashaya or something like that, which has its own meaning. But we're moving on from that because I don't want to explain every goddamn name he has. I will explain one of them.
No one's asking you to, by the way.
I don't care. I'm having imaginary fights right now, and you're just gonna let me. You just need to let me shadow box.
Fine, jeez. Yeah, you tell him, man.
Oh yeah. Hey, you listener.
You
You
tell that
listener just
guy
passively and
how fucking
generously listening.
yeah.
Anyways, so he changed his name to Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh. So Rajneesh, his childhood nickname. Shri, from what I understand, that's a sign of respect.
Yeah.
It's like saying
Oh,
Mr. or like
perfect.
Sir. And Bhagwan has it doesn't directly translate to English, but it either means like actually let me consult the notes real quick. I know one of them, but I want to make sure I get the first one. There we go. It roughly translates to Blessed One or more controversially, God. So when he changed his name to Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, it actually did shake his base a little bit. A lot of people were like, okay, I don't like where this is going, and they decided to dip the fuck out. They were like, I don't like that you're comparing yourself to God. I don't like how we have to wear these silly medallions with your face on it.
Wait, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. So I did do a lookup on Bhagwan, and it's very funny in the Osho context.
Uh-huh.
So Bhagwan, I'm just reading from a summary online.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Bhagwan is a term used in Indian religions to denote a deity or a revered figure. It is often translated as Lord or God and is used as a title of honor for deities such as Krishna, Vishnu,
Oh,
Shiva, and Durga, as well as for gurus or spiritual teachers who are highly respected. This is where it gets interesting. The term comes from the Sanskrit word bhaga, which means fortune or wealth, on van, which means possessing or having. So Bhagwan literally means rich guy etymologically.
well, and you know what the funny thing is?
I'm
Once we
sorry.
get to the Pune,
God, that's a literal like
it's
one-to-one between like just having money and being a god. It's
yes,
right
you know
there
what?
in the language, people. Like you can't get mad
Listen,
at me.
I'm changing my name to Huge Penis God, and you're all just gonna have to deal with it. You'll refer to me as Huge Penis God from now on, and I hope you all are down for that. Because yeah, if you're not, fuck off.
Moving on.
So he changes his name to Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, which I do have to give him credit is a awesome name. But
Pretty good name.
yeah, it's a pretty dope
I
name.
remember it. Yeah.
I'll give him that. Naturally, this shakes his base. Some people find that to be grandiose or insulting, so a lot of people leave, but that's when Osho or Bhagwan really starts to like whittle down his base into his core followers. So we already mentioned Vivek, the American woman who came over. But there's a very important figure that he also kind of grooms into disciplehood named Lakshmi. So Lakshmi,
Wait, I'm sorry. Just got to clarify. So Vivek, Lakshmi, and Ma Anand Sheila, these are three different women?
these are three different women,
Okay.
but
That's all I
all of
need.
them were Sanayans. All of them were part of the inner circle.
I think I've also heard it like someone said sannyasins, like I think in the documentary. Or is
Yeah,
that a different thing?
so no, it's the same thing. So from what I understand, Sanaya is the singular, Sannyasins is the plural.
Sannyasa. Okay. All right. Fine.
Well, also, listen, if you're listening to
Non-linguist,
this,
ignorant
there's a
white guy.
reason.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever.
there's a reason why we call this Richard Spark Notes. Okay, I did this. I did like 5 days
Whatever.
of reading this
The point is,
shit.
it's not. These aren't one woman that changed her name three times, which is the
Yeah,
kind of shit that would happen in this kind of cult.
that's true.
But no, they're three separate women. Okay, that's all I
Yeah.
needed to know.
Well, yeah, and also for all of you going forward, Osho is the one who changes his name constantly. Something I should mention, he gave these names to these women. They did not choose them themselves. He granted people names, and so when you hear a person who's not Osho, their name, it probably won't change because it was a blessing that they received from Osho.
I'm naming you Amelanis. It is
Yeah.
Latin. It means huge tits, good at dishes.
That reminds me of Charles Manson. He had a follower, and I don't remember the exact name, but he had a follower he just called like Fat Betty or something like that. It's just,
I'm sorry,
no,
baby.
it's
You're
like
not
ugly
fat.
Patty.
Oh, I'm
No, I
sorry,
don't care.
Patty.
Yeah, no, he was like, yeah, oh yeah, there's everybody, there's Fat Patty.
You couldn't, I mean, you had all this power and you couldn't name her, Jewel of the Sun or something.
I'll say this much: one of the big differences between Osho and Charlie Manson, and to be fair, there are a lot of similarities you can draw, is that Osho is actually a pretty intelligent, educated person,
Oh, sure,
and
sure,
Charles
sure.
Manson is a monkey.
Yeah, well, Manson dropped out of school in like the fourth grade and did nothing but play guitar and pine away for the Beatles. But anyway, whatever. God, let's
Yeah,
get back to Osho.
yeah.
Manson will be a
So,
whole other episode.
oh yeah. So Osho loses some of his followers, but the ones that remain are the capital F followers. They are down for the cause, they are dedicated, and he starts to appreciate that. So because we've been talking about how he's getting more activity, right? We've been talking about how he gets Westerners more attention. There comes a point where Osho is a fish that is too big for his own pond. So he, as the
He's about to go
Rajneesh,
off king. He's about to go
yeah,
off
oh
king.
yeah. So as he recognizes that, and so he tasks one of his followers, Laxmi, with finding them a new base of operations. Now, just to talk about Laxmi a little bit, Laxmi she came from wealth, and she had actually gained a reputation as a civil rights advocate for a while, especially for women's rights. And I think that that's kind of how she ended up finding her way into Osho's circle, because he preached a similar sort of like free love, open respect philosophy. But once she got in, much like anybody else in a cult, once, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And so she just got involved. So she goes out and she's searching around for a while, and eventually she finds a bit of farmland in a place called Pune. I'm probably butchering that pronunciation. Pune, India. And now it's known as Pune. They've changed the name. I don't know why. So she finds this land and they're able to purchase it, and she sends people out. Now, this is where I would say a somewhat sincere belief system, to an extent, slowly starts to turn into a cult.
Okay, so
Because
it sounds like so it sounds like this is the first ashram. Like this is the first like
it
forest
literally
school.
is, yes.
Okay, right. So, listeners, there's a thing called an ashram. An ashram is traditionally where people study to become priests. It is also where devout Hindus would go in the final stages of their life in order to complete their spiritual quests. They're monasteries. They're groups of people who live in the forest, far away from, the noise and the hustle and bustle of society. And there are usually, that's one guy or two guys and running the thing, although there are ashrams that are much more just collective. But anyway, they're sites of learning, education, and yogic discipline that take place away from organized society. Very long history of these in India. Quite like Plato's Academy. The comparison has often been drawn. That's just the thing about the ashrams. I'm
Yeah.
guessing this one is going to start out like that and then turn into some kind of BDSM dungeon. I can't fucking wait.
In a
Go on.
weird way, that happens it's almost like a bell curve. It starts as that, and then it becomes something authentic, and then it turns into the BDSM butthole dungeon.
Great.
Not literally. Actually, that's part of the reason why. So, listeners, originally Will and I just wanted to talk about the Oregon compound. Not even that. We wanted to narrow it down to just the spoiler alert, where they try to take over and successfully take over a town. But like I'm talking about, I kept reading into it, and there's so much interesting history to Osho.
Yeah,
And I
just
realized
so
that,
you know, this all ends in like a mass poisoning. Like we're not like,
yeah,
telling you this story because look how fucking silly these people's beliefs were. Like they did crime on a massive scale. Like by the end of it, it's a crime syndicate. That's where we're going with
yeah.
this.
Well, I'm glad that I probably should have led with that. Well, you know what? We can just add that in the introduction,
Yeah,
because we're now an hour
just a
in.
PSA. Just a PSA. This isn't about Osho's silly beliefs. This is about the
Yeah,
origins of a major crime network
yeah,
that has gotten people killed and so forth.
yeah. So Lakshmi goes out. She procures lands in Pune. And bear in mind that the land that she procured had like one or two houses in it. It was very remote. So eventually she's like, Osho, like, I know it's remote, or I guess Bhagwan, I know it's remote. But come here, there's room, there's space. We could really build something here. And it turns out she was correct. But, Bhagwan was like, yeah, but I'm in Bombay. Like, I'm in a city, like an actual cultural hub. Like, I've got people that listen to me. I've got things I want, grocery stores and shit. Because something that I should mention is Bombay or Mumbai, even then, was like a major like city. He liked city life. But
Like,
Lakshmi,
listen, my disciple, I hear what you're saying, but you do realize there is no air conditioning where we're going. So,
and we'll get there.
how bad do you want enlightenment?
So the funny thing about him is he actually did talk to his inner circle, because the thing about Osho is Osho wanted to do his thing. He just wanted to vibe with that, and he delegated all of the actual executive functioning of the Rajneesh to other people, primarily Laxmi. At some point in Larry King's audio series that I listened to, he described her as basically the CEO of the Rajneesh, and that's pretty accurate. She was the person who handled the boring shit, and Osho was the face, the
We're talking about
personality.
Lakshmi. We're on to Lakshmi now.
We're on to Lakshmi. You can forget about Vivek for a long time, but I did feel it necessary.
I'm using all my active memory slots to track these people.
Yeah, Lakshmi.
Okay, so
Lakshmi is the only person we're going to be talking about for a while.
She's the assistant. She's the lieutenant. She's the fucking spreadsheet chick. She's the one that makes it all happen. Okay.
She's the executor. And so eventually she talks a Bhagwan into going to Pune. He goes there and he's like, this is a fucking shithole. Like, he's so fucking pissed off. He goes out there and he's like, this is disgusting and it's shitty and
an
stupid.
Ashram for ants, you know?
Yeah. And it's funny. So he has that perspective, but he doesn't leave. Instead, he decides to give his entire cult the silent treatment. He's like, literally, he refuses to say. He takes a passive-aggressive vow of silence.
I am so disgraced by your decision that I should never speak again.
He just, it's so passive-aggressive. He goes there and he just doesn't even look anybody in the eyes. And he does that for like weeks. I don't think it was weeks, but like a week. And eventually, nobody knows what transpired in this conversation, but Laxmi pulls him aside. And I imagine she's like, listen, I know that this is a shitty farm, but you're going to get so much pussy here. You won't even believe it. So like, just fucking figure it out. And we're going to make so much money. So eventually he comes out and he's like, you know what? This is Pune Ashram, you know, which is the name of the location. By the way, it's still an institute that exists to this day. And they kind of just don't talk about all the nasty shit.
It's probably a bookstore now. It's probably just a bookstore now.
No, it is a therapy resort. It's like White Lotus. This place still exists. Cool. Yeah.
Where if you're really rich, you get to like run away from all your problems. And if you're poor, you just get molested and turned into the staff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if you're rich, you can go there and get massages and wax philosophy with people that think you're stupid secretly. But anyways.
The Esalen hot tub people. I've always wanted to do that. Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Moving on. Not the
at this point,
I'm not a freak.
Oh yeah, you got a little bit of freak in you. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be doing some dynamic meditation.
Stay on track.
Okay, I'll get back on track. So this is just to give us some context again. This is about 1974, 1975. So pretty rapidly. So this is the reason why I say that this is where it starts to become a cult. Is Osho reads, let me figure out, I have the name written down here.
Man, dude, when I make it to the Esalen hot tubs, that's when I'll know life is going to be okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's all these organizations like Esalen or Naropa Institute or whatever the fuck they do down in Arizona, where it's the Santa Fe Institute, where it's like hippie DARPA, you know? It's like if you had the fucking Princeton Institute of Advanced Studies, but instead of like how do we make the biggest hydrogen bombs, they're like, how do we make the biggest positive impact on the biosphere?
I found the name, by the way. Okay, so going back into it. So around this time, or maybe even earlier, they never specified, Osho read about a Russian mystic named George Gurdjieff. So George Gurdjieff.
Here we go.
Do you know about him?
Gurdjieff? Yeah, man. I know about Gurdjieff.
I don't know shit about him, so there we go.
Okay.
But from what I understood,
let me tell you, you have to let me come in and talk for 5 minutes about Gurdjieff now. So
honestly, do it, and it will honestly provide probably the perfect context for what I'm going to talk about Osho afterwards. So you're on.
I'm on. Okay, so Gurdjieff was a Russian mystic. He was born in the late 19th century, and he was somebody who kind of grew up in like this backwater town in Siberia, as pretty much everyone in his demographic did. And quite a lot like Osho, you know, was a good student, learned to read and write at a very young age relative to his culture. He's coming out of a time where probably only 10% of people like him are literate to begin with. And, Gurdjieff starts getting a hold of some of the work of like the Theosophical Society and what's her nuts that wrote Isis Unveiled and
Is it Madame Blavatsky?
H.P. Blavatsky. So he
Hmm.
gets some Blavatsky in him and he starts becoming curious about yoga. It does, again, what you could call like the usual course of reading in yoga, stuff like the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali and the Upanishads, and, gets a hold of, some Taoism, some alchemy, some Secret of the Golden Flower. And he's like, okay, I can make my own thing out of this. And what Gurdjieff concluded was that human life, ordinary human life, is mechanized. It's highly instinctual. It's stimulus and response, and that people in their unenlightened state are essentially mechanical robots. They are drawn like a little moth towards a flame by what they like. They are pushed away by everything that they don't like.
They're blue
And that,
pilled.
well, yeah, right. I mean, a superior elitist attitude towards other people is apparently an inevitable result of spiritual progress. Because you read any of these assholes' books, and they're all like, the normal human being wanders through life without a thought in their head. And it's like, maybe your neighbors who hate you seem that way to you, man. But anyway, the broader world, people aren't as dumb as you fucking think.
Yeah, maybe you're just on the antisocial spectrum and you just are incapable of relating to other living, breathing human beings.
But anyway, like Gurdjieff develops this line of thought. It's like his own, self-styled yoga where you fight against your reflexes. You fight against your conditioning. And like if you went to Gurdjieff's like little spiritual colony of, 10 or 15 people hanging out, he would order you to go into the front yard and like cut the grass with scissors and do every leaf blade individually. And when you
Oh,
we were out there in the sun on your face with a pair of scissors because your friend was like, this guy's legit. You should come live with him. It'll change your life. And you're just like, you feel the fucking sweat rolling off your back. And you get up and you say, Gurdjieff, this is bullshit. I hate this. Fuck you. And Gurdjieff goes, you see, that's the conditioning. And he's like, if you really want to be free, you're going to get down on your hands and knees and, fucking get all the
shine my
shit out of
shoes.
my yard with your hand. And they're like, okay. And then they realize something that, again, anyone who's read the book would realize, which is that you can actually learn to be happy under a huge range of conditions, including cutting Gurdjieff's grass with the scissors. And you're like, then you realize, like, oh, wow, like my emotional life doesn't depend on my outside circumstances. I actually do have some ability to change what I think. And then Gurdjieff goes, and now you will spend 5 years following me around Europe and getting me pussy at every event that I go to.
Holy shit, Gurdjieff is just. I understand why. Because, like I said, I didn't know anything about Gurdjieff going into this. I just knew, and we'll get to this, like that he played a huge influence on Osho, specifically how Osho decided to conduct Pune
Gurdjieff became
ashram.
the model I may be fucking up my history here, but Gurdjieff influenced Rasputin. Gurdjieff influenced Aleister Crowley. He was a kind of proto-Crowley in that way. He did not have the wide-ranging influence because he was born outside of the West, right? He's born in nowhere land.
Yeah.
And so he can get a little bit of pull with some people in Russia and some, court aristocrats that are visiting from Europe and stuff. But there's no radio, man, newspapers, There's a book, the book about Gurdjieff, and he's not a bastard. I'm making him sound like he's a bastard. He's definitely not. Gurdjieff's all right. And was very influential as well in the 60s. But there's a book by P.D. Uspensky, Ouspensky. I'll put it in the description, called In Search of the Miraculous, which is a student of Gurdjieff, I believe, writing about Gurdjieff's life. So that would be the book, and I've enjoyed that book. So anyway, back to whoever the fuck we were talking about.
Mr. Bhagwan himself.
Right, him copying the back of the book and not telling anyone. See, again,
Yep.
citation, people,
Oh yeah.
citation.
So Bhagwan read Gurdjieff. And I'm sure there is some solid spiritual shit in there, but mostly from what I understand, Bhagwan got out of it was the cutting blades of grass with a pair of scissors. So for his most initiated, he was like, yes, we're on a holy mission. Go to Punai Ashram and build a village unpaid.
Be my slave labor. I
Yeah.
love when the gurus pull the become my slave line. That's
Yeah,
such a good
I swear you're going to learn something really cool by building houses for free and getting dysentery repeatedly. So people do go because he has thousands of followers. People go and they start constructing this place. And once again, this is like 1974, 1975. They go, and apparently it was pretty common for them to get dysentery and almost die. They worked long hours, and part of the reason why is because something that Osho had figured out is that if you, like I said, this is the Pune ashram is the point where Osho's like, it's an experiment for him. He's like, I want to see. It's almost the culmination of when he was like a little kid drowning people in the river. I want to see what people will do for me. And so people go there. They are risking their lives in incredibly hot weather, getting diseases and eating shit food. But eventually they construct a bit of a compound. And so Osho or Bhagwan is there now. And once he gets over his silent treatment, he produces a bit of a schedule. Now, there is a reason I brought up Gurdjieff. There are two things from Gurdjieff that Osho took away from, which is one, and Jim Jones is a bit similar, although I would argue Jim Jones is a different caliber. I'd say he's did a lot more harm, but oh well. One thing is if you have followers and you have cult members, you have to work them to the point of exhaustion because when they are exhausted, they are obedient.
And also, it's just, you're getting your fucking money's worth. I mean,
Oh yeah.
it's just simple capitalism. It's like, I got these guys, they're an asset. I need to maximize. I mean, that motherfucker can lay bricks 14 hours a day. I can see it.
Oh yeah.
He's got the body for it. Let's tell him that he'll be enlightened when he finishes this wall.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah. Well, and it's kind of like what you said. It's like when you were talking about the resort earlier, the Westerners.
If you love it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The people with money, you talk about the spiritual stuff. You talk about, oh yeah, pay for this seminar and, I'll bring you enlightenment and we can chill out. We'll go to this, there's the orgy hut or whatever. Like if somebody comes and you're like, show me your W-2 and they're making no money, you're like, you're going to become enlightened by building me a fucking fence. And so so that's kind of the the creation of the Pune ashram. And so eventually it gets up and running, like it's actually starting to operate. And so they started having honestly a less rigid schedule than you'd think. At 6 a.m., everybody would get up and do, actually I have a decent timeline here. 6 a.m. they would get up and they would do some dynamic meditation. Around 8 a.m. or 9 a.m., Osho would come and he'd usually do like an hour-long sermon. And they described it as like, 60 minutes to 90 minutes.
Just real quick. So like for this religion, you have to get up at 6 a.m. I'm out. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't care.
I
don't care how cool the parties are.
Yeah, no.
You can barely pay me to do that. Enlightenment's even less important to me. So
yeah. Yeah, nope. It's but I guess some fucking real creeps liked it. So they just went in there and they did that. And then, you'd hear your like hour and a half or so, hour to hour and a half sermon from Bhagwan. And then afterwards
he did work every day. He actually did do something. He did.
Oh yeah, no. Well, and that's the thing. Yeah, well, that's the thing is like I told you that I was like entirely cynical about him going into this, and I've found that like many cult leaders, Bhagwan contained multitudes. There was an element of sincerity to him near the end, but like that's the thing about cult leaders is there's usually multiple personalities that occupy that one person, multiple desires, multiple interests. It is pretty dynamic and interesting.
Well, it's just, if you're decently smart, you can go and make a whole range of cases in public, right? Like, Richard, if I came to you and I said, all right, dude, look, for real, you're about to go into the room, and in that room, there's going to be some people, they're in a very sensitive spiritual state, and they will hang on your every word. And all I want you to do is I want you to go in that room, and I just want you to inspire them. I just want you to give them nothing but encouragement. And you can say literally like 10 sentences over the course of this hour and just pause and think and go, love is a part of everything that we do in this life. And that's all you have to do. And
Yeah,
I think you could do it. I think you could walk into a room right
yeah.
now and you could melt a couple people.
Well, and Will, I will say, that was a terrible impersonation of Osho because you said it
No, no,
way
I'm
too
not.
quickly. You said it way
Right.
too quickly.
I'm also definitely not going to do the
Here,
voice. I'm
I'm not going to
willing
do it either.
I'm
I'm gonna
willing
impersonate
to do
Osho.
one voice, which is I'm
Here.
willing to do
Oh
like
yeah.
the Sopranos New Jersey voice. I will do
Oh
that
yeah.
voice.
I'm gonna impersonate Osho in an American accent and just here is the point, audience members, where you're gonna understand what dead air sounds like on a podcast.
Fuck.
The people are starving. They need to experience liberation. And that's what I listen. I haven't done that much research, but you guys better respect that that's the shit I had to listen to. That's one sentence.
That's he really wants to make sure that the sleep deprived and super high people can understand it, you know?
It's
You
it
can't
was
dial it down.
I was sitting in my by the way, the reason why I listened to an audio format for this is so I could like listen to it while I was at work and stuff. I was sitting there in bumper to bumper traffic listening to that, wish like at a certain point I almost just drove off the road off a bridge. Like it was so painful.
Damn it, Richard.
But yeah, so we've gone over the schedule a little bit. So something I'd like to establish is we've joked about the labor and stuff like that, which was awful. But the Pune ashram actually became a pretty industrious little hub. They had a roughly, from what I read or listened to, 30,000 visitors a year. There was money there. There were like members that would stick and stay. And one big thing is that Bhagwan started to have an initiation process. If people really stuck around and did the work and built the fence, eventually, so we were talking about the schedule. At night, Bhagwan would have secondary sermons to his more inner circle. During that time, they would also initiate people. And this entire time, like I said, he kind of just goes around, he does his talks and stuff. But Laxmi is
Yeah,
really
let's get to the
Laxmi's
juice. Let's get to
oh
the,
yeah.
the initiation and the dynamic meditation shit. All right.
So well,
You
dynamic
gotta give the
meditation, I don't
audience
have
their money's worth.
oh yeah. Well, I can talk about the initiations. Well, something I haven't talked about is some of the sessions that Bhagwan had. So he would do individual sessions, particularly if you were a hot woman who didn't wear a bra. And so he would bring people into a room and he talked a lot about their relationships and their sexuality and stuff. And it got to the point where like he would recommend that people split from their partners, which to be fair, if you are being a therapist or whatever, sometimes that's a sincere suggestion. But like he would also sometimes take two separate people and pair them together and be like, you two are living together now. I see something in both of you. And there was one that is just confusing, one that makes no sense. Sometimes he would have members of the Rajneesh strip naked and he would just insult their bodies. Literally.
I mean,
They
this
would
is
have
also another Gurdjieff thing, as far as I remember, is nudity and also like trying to insult people and make them like officially you're trying to make them like insult proof. And this is again like some shit that like you and LRH, right? L. Ron Hubbard.
Oh yeah.
L. Ron Hubbard read Gurdjieff. For sure,
That makes sense.
100%. He stole half the fucking book from Gurdjieff. You got to understand that the history of these esoteric like cult leaders is just the history of fucking people plagiarizing books and pretending they thought of shit. Again,
Yeah.
going back to like the people with the library cards are immune to this kind of fuckery. Like Gurdjieff was the one who invented that practice in Scientology where, you know, they surround you in a circle and they yell mean shit at you until you figure out that you don't care.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of what he did. He'd have you go into a room. Now, audience, point of view, you're walking in to see the most holy Bhagwan. You have been waiting for this moment. You were born in Salt Lake City, Utah, and you left that life. You go to this ashram and you are ready for enlightenment. Like, finally, the exalted master sees you. You're going in, and he's like, before we go into this, we do need to be vulnerable. Like, and you non-sexually, you take off your clothes because you have to be detached from that. And he looks at you and he's like, wow, you got shitty nipples. You got nasty dish plate ass nipples and you disgust me.
You've seen into my nightmares.
He's like, is that, you should get that mole checked out. A, it's gross. B, consult a doctor. And you're just like, what the fuck? Suddenly you're like, oh, I'm just being stared at by a dude.
Well, now this puts, but this is like the cult follower dilemmas. Now this puts you in a double bind. One part of the vice is you just go, I was conned. I'm an idiot. This guy doesn't know anything. This has been a huge fucking mistake. It's thrown away years of my life. I've moved. I've changed my clothes. I've changed my name. It's a con. I have to go back to my normal life. Most people cannot accept that no matter what. So they reach even deeper and they go, I just don't understand it yet. This will make sense eventually.
Well, that's
I got
how
to
they
choose
get
to
you.
have faith.
Well, and honestly, I'm down to just like hang out in the Pune ashram for a second for more of this podcast. So you know, like a lot of the stuff we've been talking about makes this place sound like hell, but honestly, the best way I can describe it is it was kind of like a psychedelic carnival. Because something while I was reading this, something that stuck out to me is that like if you were not one of the people that immediately got delegated work, which to be fair were far fewer of them than you'd think. There were so many people coming in that like even Westerners would get assigned work and they'd do it for a day and they'd be like, wow, that was very enlightening. I've never nailed a fence in before. Oh, thanks. And
So that's how you get water out of the ground. Huh.
yeah, exactly. So like I can, as much as I joke, as I goof and gaff about these people, I kind of get the appeal because it did just seem like a festival, this wild endeavor.
You know,
Yeah.
come be creative, live near nature, be in
And
a
you could go
community
there
with people
and
that are happy and want to help you.
yeah. Well, and you'd have
That's
seminars
awesome.
where like men and women in a room would strip down naked and they would just like you just listen to something. It was exotic. It was unique. And so one thing I want to talk about is what they called. So a lot of people had to pay for different therapies, as they called it, or meditations. And there was one group that stood out to me. It's called the Encounter Group. Now, audience, have you ever been in a rage room before? Do you know what one is?
There's some wealthy millennials in the audience, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna go ahead and say there's at least a couple of heads nodding in
Yeah.
the car right now.
So there was an issue. Well, we'll get to the issue. There was one therapy group called the Encounter Group, which often involved, and I have this written down verbatim in my notes, it often used physical violence and open sex. So it's just like, it's literally the anarchy group. You go in there and just crazy shit happens. And at some point, there was, so during that time, there was a therapy movement called the Human Potential Movement, which was a
Oh God. Okay. We're like tapping into the sub-nexus of all cults here. So
yeah,
anyway,
exactly.
go on.
I won't elaborate on that. That can be something else in the future. But there was a human potential movement therapist named Richard Price, who went there and apparently had a good time for a while. But he went to the Encounter Group, and the Encounter Group therapy was grab sticks and beat each other with them. And so everybody just started whacking each other with sticks, and he ended up getting his arm broken.
I mean, first of all, like it could be more effective than standard of care for certain conditions. Like
That's
if
true.
you're if you're an aggressive dick, I think that both like getting to swing a stick really hard at someone as well as getting hit multiple times in the head with a stick, more importantly, could cure you. Like martial arts cures a lot of people of like small male chihuahua
Yeah,
behavior.
it's like a fight club. Like
Yeah, right. So like, you know, I don't hit each other with sticks. I mean, yeah, I can see it working.
yeah, but the Encounter Group, funny enough, so like I said, the ashram really found itself in 1974 to 1975. So the Encounter Group existed for a while. Now, let's jump to 1979. We're still at the Pune ashram, and it's, like I said, at this point in time, that's when it's having like 30,000 visitors a year, people with money, it's making money. And Lakshmi and Osho, or Bhagwan, speak with each other, and they both agree, hey, once again, we're fish that are way too big for this pond. We got to find a new place. So, really quickly, side note, in 1909, the Indian government was getting really pissed off about Westerners getting their arms and legs broken in the Encounter Group. And so Bhagwan Yeah.
The U.S. Embassy calling to be like, Mary Susan Elizabeth
Yeah.
McConnell. And they're like, oh, yeah, she ran off into the woods. And when she came back, she had a broken arm, a broken nose, and a really glazed over look in her eye. Yeah, her parents would like her to come back to Connecticut now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, well, it's so this made me laugh so hard. In 1979, let me find the exact quote. In 1979, oh yeah, well, they also called it violent therapy. That was another term for it.
Oh, yeah,
In
of course.
1979, there was
I
way
can
more.
understand.
Oh yeah, in 1979, there was way more criticism of it, and then Osho declared that it had served its purpose, and he shut it down. He's like, we're all good. We all got it out of our system. No more of that shit because I'm sick of the Indian government climbing up my ass. Because,
It's
like I
like
said,
when you it's like when you start like an aquarium and you put a couple fish from Walmart in there and then you get busy with life and you
oh
come
yeah,
back and like you check on it for the first time in a month and there's like 27 fish now and you're like, "Okay, I'm gonna
well,
trim this down."
when it's funny, Will, you and I had a conversation a while back where I joked that at the end of the day, Charles Manson didn't really have views or opinions. He just wanted a terrarium full of hippies that he could look at. That's
I mean,
kind
who
of a
doesn't, right?
Yeah, I know,
And
but that's kind of a quality that every cult leader has. That's kind of the through line of all cult leaders
well,
is they
no, I mean,
want to have.
I just want to be a vulgar Marxist for a second. It's like you
Yeah,
have a slave army. Like
yeah,
you do, right? Like you have lawyers that work for you, you have doctors and engineers that work for you. You've got people that fucking stack bricks together. You've got people that maybe lobby different governments. You have business people. Like you create like your own like little fucking corporation. And
yeah,
one thing that's coming down the line is like Sri Rajneesh Bhagwan or whatever, Osho is going to discover just how much money you can make in America and just what you can do with money in America. And
yeah.
that's
Well,
ultimately what this turns into is like, how do I get these little like slave disciple people to turn me a profit?
well, and the funny thing is, he didn't even really have that thought. Like, I mean, that's something he cared about, but like to him, it's like that's what Laxmi figures out. I show up, I just have fun at my terrarium, and Laxmi, I trust her. She's making us more money. Because during this time, also, and I will use the word allegations here because I couldn't find any concrete proof of this, but there were accusations from the Indian government that not necessarily Bhagwan but that the higher echelons of the Rajneesh, the Sanayas there, were engaging in prostitution, they were engaging in drug smuggling, and I couldn't find any concrete proof of it. But like really what we just need to say is that there was money floating around there. And it's hard to pin down exactly where all of
Wait,
it came
where specifically the
in
Punya?
Pune Ashram.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There are allegations that there were prostitution and drug selling there. Although, like I said, I would like to establish that I did not find any concrete proof of that.
And I would also like to establish those are two crimes I basically don't care about at all. So,
Okay, whatever.
not really. I don't really fucking give a shit.
Fair enough. But so yeah, like they're looking around and they both recognize like, well, it's like you said, it's like a corporation. They're like, well, we're growing, so we need a bigger venue. Now, going back, I mentioned at the earlier parts of this podcast that Osho got his start, or Bhagwan got his start, criticizing mainstream institutions. Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, Jainism, all these different belief systems. But now he wants to buy land, and he has to get land acquisition like approval, basically.
Now
And the
you've got to
issue
get
is,
the authorities. Now you've got to get the
yeah,
establishment, regular guys, to sign off on
yeah.
you.
And the issue is pretty much any government worker that's going to approve of those land rights are a member of one of those belief systems. So he got rejected and rejected and rejected. They could not find a place in India because India was a lot of the government of India was just sick of him constantly shitting on these belief systems, and
They're
also,
like, this is our chance to fuck up this guy back because he
yeah,
has been shitting on our heads for the last 20 years, and now he needs us to sign on the dotted line. I don't fucking think so.
yeah.
So this is probably where he comes to America, right?
Well, we're going to get to that. So there is a major catalyst for this. So he's looking around, and there is a point where he gets sick of the fact that Laxmi, even though it's not even her fault, that Laxmi can't find a new home for them, a bigger home. So instead, he demotes Laxmi and gives a promotion to her assistant, a woman by the name of Ma Anand Sheila.
No longer best friends with Mudasir.
Oh, yeah. Laxmi gets demoted, and for anybody in the audience who's watched Wild Wild Country, you know that Sheila is going to be a different sort of character than Laxmi. So, something that I mentioned with the Russian mystic, whatever the hell his name was,
I'm sorry, but friendship ended with Mudasir is running through my head now, and I apologize to everyone not of a particularly small sector of the demographics who would know about friendship ended with Mudasir. But anyway, that'll be a podcast inside joke. Go on, Richard, please.
Well, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but something that Osho picked up from Gurdjieff is also, if you have supervisors, you should search for sadistic personalities. Not chaotic evil, if we want to use D&D terms, but lawful evil. People that were kind of like Osho but meaner. They saw the terrarium. They saw what Osho was.
Hold on. We gotta be a little more specific here. So Osho created a directive to find the sadists in his organization.
It was not a directive. It was simply a pattern in his decision making.
Where you're saying he promoted deliberately like sadistic personality types.
Yes.
To leadership.
Well, and by the way,
that's standard across the board in corporations. Yeah. Like people that are able to be mean and fire others are promoted. We all know this. Yeah.
He rewarded cunning, and that wasn't even like early on in Pune Ashram. That was closer to 1979, because 1979 is the critical period where he sees Pune Ashram. He's grown to like it, but he has a vision for something even bigger. So, which in our second episode, he will execute. So, like I said, Laxmi can't get the land acquisition through no fault of her own. It's because of Osho's own.
It's because of Osho's reputation.
Yeah, because of Bhagwan's reputation.
Basically, this woman cannot figure out how to make these people that Osho has done nothing but insult suddenly like him. She doesn't have bribe money. She doesn't have blackmail. And she definitely can't just talk them out of hating him.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, she does have bribe.
Sorry, Guru.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, she does have bribe money, but the issue is, like, bribe money works when the public doesn't see it. Like, there is an entire, Bhagwan has a large group of followers, but there is and something I probably have not emphasized enough, a large anti-Bhagwan voice in India.
Okay, that's why the bribe wouldn't have worked, is because like they're probably in the newspapers and shit, and like anyone who signed off on that, like Alex Acosta signing off on Jeffrey Epstein's reduced sentence, for example, it's like, well, why did you allow them to do this? And then suddenly, you've got some government investigation up your ass looking for, manila envelopes full of credit cards. So.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is, I've mentioned previously that like a lot of these officials were part of those religions, but I don't want to pretend like it's purely a religious issue. A lot of Indian people at that time had the foresight to see, hey, this might turn into something bad. Like, and that was also a big part of the narrative is, like cults were nothing new, and cults were coming into the public vision too. And so like a lot of Indian people, India's a modern nation by this point, like very modern. And like they are a part of the discourse. They see things that are happening outside, and they've probably seen 10,000 Bhagwans go terribly bad. And so a lot of the public is like, we don't want to endorse this. And a lot of officials didn't either. And that was kind of part of the issue. But yeah, so Laxmi failed to get those land acquisition rights, and so much in the pattern of what I mentioned before with the being attracted to, maybe sadistic is a hyperbolic term, but I would say dedicated attitudes who do not dwell too long on the moral consequences of what they're doing.
Yeah, again, we're just in regular corporation mindset. Nothing too exotic or sinister yet. So, all right.
So. And then there is, and we are actually reaching the conclusion of our talk. So Sheila gets involved around the time that Ma Anand Sheila gets promoted into basically the CEO of the Rajneesh, even though that wasn't her title. The Indian government at this point is at its breaking point. And something I should mention.
First of all, okay, wait. Wait, stop. What point? What year is this? When is this happening?
This is 1979.
1979, the Indian government is at its breaking point.
No, no, not the Indian government. Let me rephrase that. At
Okay.
this point,
It's
the
1979,
Indian
and
it's 1979, and the Indian government is fucking sick of Osho shit. That's a better way to
right,
put it.
cool.
They're at their
Okay.
breaking point regarding
I'm guessing there's a
Bhagwan.
lot of stuff in the press. There's a lot of negative
Yeah,
articles, like he's getting famous in a negative way because
yeah,
he's making a big splash. Okay.
yeah. And so they eventually, because much like the United States, they do give tax exempt during this time tax exempt status to churches. So,
That's what he needs. He
yep,
needs he needs to avoid
no,
taxation.
will,
That is the
yeah,
path to enlightenment is dodge the IRS.
yeah. But that's the thing is Will. He has had tax exempt status up until this point, but he has infuriated the Indian government so much that they eventually revoked his tax exempt status. Not only did they do that, but they demanded that he paid back taxes, which equated to 5 million USD. And this is in,
Which
by
is
the way,
also how they got LRH, right? That's why
yeah,
he got on the boat in the first place. They're like, look, you can't really call it a religion anymore, so you're gonna
yeah.
have to leave and pay
Well,
us
and bear in
fucking
mind,
money.
that's not adjusted for inflation. That's 5 million in 1979. And so suddenly Osho,
Okay, so
oh yeah,
an unpayable fortune basically means
yeah,
like you will basically go to prison, or we will siphon every dollar away from you unless you
yeah.
leave India. That's the
And so,
conclusion.
yeah, and so suddenly Osho's eyes bulge out of his fucking head, and he was like, shit.
He's
Like,
like, I've been
oh,
doing
fuck.
nothing but smoking fucking hash
Yeah,
and fucking young white women, and now I wake up and I owe the government the equivalent of $100 million.
yeah, just this
That's
insane
illegal.
fortune. Which, by the way, they were making insane money, but it was even, I mean, it was obviously a move from the Indian government where they were just like, fuck you. Like, you were just
They
shut
clearly
this
were
shit
not.
down.
They were clearly not
Yeah,
thinking they would collect. They were
yeah,
clearly thinking that we will hit this guy with such a big fine that he will fucking become someone else's problem, which is
yeah.
exactly what happened.
Which is exactly what happened. And well, we'll get to that in a moment. So Ma Anand Sheila, right? She is immediately upon her promotion given the same task that Laxmi had, which is find us a new home. But Osho is also saying, hey, I don't want to fucking pay my taxes. So maybe find a place outside of India. You know what I'm saying? And so she goes out and eventually finds land in a couple of places in the United States, but one stands out particularly, and that is in a place called Oregon. And with that, I think we should conclude our episode and continue in the next one.
Well, thank you, Bhagwan Richard. Yeah, it's amazing to know that Osho, began life on the other side of the world in a faraway place, and he managed to ride his magic carpet made out of really dazed human beings all the
Yep.
way to Oregon, which is, within driving distance of where I'm standing right now. So, it's always cool. I am gonna have to go back and watch. We should plug the documentary. It's called Wild Wild Country.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's still on Netflix. It originated on Netflix. It's like an 8-parter. It's a fun watch. It's a good watch. The
It also doesn't
filmmakers
take that
managed to
long.
be
It's
yeah, the
like 30-minute
filmmakers
episodes or
managed to
whatever.
be pretty sympathetic to both sides. I found it pretty believable and well made. And what's amazing is how much archival footage there is of all of this, right? Like a lot of the time, there isn't as much recorded with cults, but in 2 cases there is, at least. This one and then the really freakish cult, in my opinion, Nexium.
Oh
Uh,
yeah.
where like the Nexium stuff happened like in 2014. So we have like iPhone videos of everything. We have like social media YouTube stuff. So it feels very modern when you watch all the Nexium footage. Whereas the Wild Wild Country Osho stuff, it's got like that 80s film grain to it. Still, it is a weird like when Hunter S. Thompson at the end of Fear and Loathing talks about, this wave that rose and rose and rose during the 60s and 70s, and then at a very particular moment, the sun set on the entire counterculture and the water just started to recede. And Osho is like the patron saint of all the counterculture hippie burnouts.
Oh
Like
yeah.
he's the guy that's like, we're gonna keep the fucking revolution alive. And anyway,
Yeah, well, and it's funny because you mentioned Wild Wild Country. I still haven't rewatched it because I watched it like years ago. I
Oh,
intended
dude,
on watching it,
you're
but
my guy for this. You got to go back.
well, there's a reason why. Because originally, for the audience, for our beautiful baby boys and girls listening to us right now,
Our handsome, intelligent, talented audience.
you
Yes.
all have great bodies. And honestly, when my cult is created, I would be honored to insult your impurities. But anyways, moving on. The reason why I didn't is because, like I said, for anybody listening, Will and I initially wanted, because I don't do podcasts, I don't do any of this shit. Like initially, we were gonna start small because that's just what I wanted to do. It's what I felt comfortable with. I just wanted to talk about a little moment in Oregon in this cult. But afterwards I kind of went down a rabbit hole and realized that like what they cover in Wild Wild Country is a surprisingly small episode in an otherwise very interesting
Oh my
story.
God. Are we
Yeah.
making the 10-part Osho saga
No.
now? Are we going to do
I
an
have
entire season of
I have
Osho?
mapped out
Man.
this. We're going to do two, maybe three episodes. This is all it's going to take.
So one or two more.
One, probably one, maybe two,
Okay.
but probably one.
Okay, fine, fine, fine.
Yeah, because like I said, bear in mind, Will, that like so 1981 or so is when so like we basically ended at 1979. Osho dies in like 1991. Like
Yeah,
the
okay. So we've only got 10 more years of Osho left.
yeah, and
We've blown
it's
through his childhood, his adolescence, early adult years. Yeah, okay. So he's like
yeah.
middle-aged now, right?
Yeah, well, and
50.
that's the thing
Like
is that
50
like
now.
yeah. Oh yeah, he's 50. And like the thing about Osho, well, he's late 40s by this point, and then it'll be like by the end of his life will be like mid 50s or something like that. But like
He's definitely
that's
like
the
starting to get fat, in other words. It's starting to
yeah.
wear off for him metabolically, and he's like, what to do about this?
Yeah. Well, and the bulk of his story started in later life. But like I said, I was reading about the Pune ashram, and I was like, you know what? Like, just there were these little moments that made me smile. These little moments that I thought were interesting, like his story about enlightenment and his upbringing and all these other things. And that's why I thought, like, you know what? Let's just do like. I'm not going to say a deep dive. We're doing two episodes, but I was like, let's just talk about the whole thing because there's
Yeah.
interesting
This
parts
is a
throughout.
podcast in 2025, dude. Like, people expect 16-part series and episodes that go on for 8 hours. Like,
Okay, well,
don't
eat my
underestimate
because
the
I'm not
attention
I'm not a
span
podcaster.
of, yeah, well, whatever. I don't know whether to say must be nice or must suck, because I can never decide whether I want to have this job.
It's
Because
true.
I feel completely ridiculous just trying to tell anyone with a straight face that it's my job to be a podcaster. But, at the end of the day, like, the love of the game keeps me in it, dog. All right, it's time to sign off. So, Richard, say goodbye to the audience.
I love you all. I hope you've enjoyed the first part of this series, and I look forward to addressing you all once more whenever this gets posted and edited.
That's it. Bye-bye.
Deuces.
Well, that was inspirational, I suppose. All right, so where are we in
Yeah.
this story? Let's get back.
Now, our last episode concluded when the Pune ashram, their at the time base of operations around 1979, was thriving. They had about 30,000 yearly visitors, and they were making money. And also, at this point, they had formed over 20 separate what they called meditation centers. You can think of a meditation center as an international embassy to Osho. So you could go there, receive therapy, talk to Sinaians, and also they had a gift shop, which I thought was kind of silly, and I love that. But there was a bit of an issue. Osho had pissed off all of the wrong people, and so they were not able to secure land in India and get a greater compound. And also, the Indian government no longer considered the Rajneesh a legitimate religion, and therefore they were no longer tax exempt and were asked to pay $5 million in back taxes, which Osho's eyes bulged out of his head, and he said, "Let's go to America." So no, it didn't go exactly like that. But
So the Indian government hit them with the ban hammer. They're like, look,
oh yeah,
you got to go abroad. We're going to hit you with this unpayable fine. We want you to leave. We want you to become somebody else's problem, be on someone else's domestic terrorism watch list. Get the fuck out of India.
Yep.
Okay.
And that is exactly pretty much what happens in America as well, because both India and America, there are rules you got to play by, and so they can't just be like your religion's illegal. Instead, they have to be like your religion has to pay taxes and also, follow zoning laws, and eventually you just get them to
Fucking
fuck off.
zoning laws.
So, um, for a while, as mentioned in the last episode, Osho had a number one who went by the given name of Laxmi, but because she was, to her credit, completely incapable of getting land in India, Osho decided to promote her apprentice, her assistant, named Ma Anand Sheela. For those of you who are familiar with Wild Wild Country, Ma Anand Sheela will become quite the interesting character and arguably the villain, depending on how you want to look at it. But we'll get there. I know your mouth's watering, but we'll get there. So, Ma Anand Sheela, just to give a little bit of a backstory, when she was a young woman, she fell in love with a man who went by the name of, salt my notes.
Maanan Sheila is the woman in the Netflix documentary who they catch up to and interview as an older woman, and she has zero regrets that she expresses. At least she is totally not sorry for what happened. They, like, the filmmakers and the producers will tell her, like, just so you know, when you did this, like, a bunch of people now have severe medical crippling conditions, and she's like, they started it, like she has the most like playground reaction imaginable. So
yeah, but in a pure time, she was in love. She had a who would eventually be her first of two husbands. The man's Rajneesh given name was Chinmaya. Now, they actually met in the United States. And there was a point where they lived in New Jersey at the time.
Wait, so hold on.
They used to.
Are we talking about Osho now?
We are talking about 10 years in the past with Ma Anand Sheela and her first husband, Chinmaya.
Who's not Osho. Some other dude.
Who is not Osho.
Okay.
Just to reestablish, I am only at any point going to refer to Osho as either Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, or Osho. I will not be engaging with any of the name changes beyond that, just to keep it consistent. So, Sheila, just to reiterate, who is now, after Laxmi couldn't get land rights, she is his number one. So yeah, just to get you caught up, we are going back, rewinding 10 years in the past. To a story that is actually kind of sweet if you divorce it from the fact that she becomes basically J. Edgar Hoover for the Rajneesh. So she was in love with a man who would eventually be given the name Chinmaya. They lived in New Jersey. This is 10 years, so this probably would have been 1969, well before she was ever a member of the Rajneesh. So she and this man in New Jersey would sometimes break into the property of this historical site called Montclair. It was described as almost looking like a castle. It was very old, and it was a very beautiful location. And the both of them said, well, Chinmaya specifically said to Sheila, someday I want to buy this for you, and I want us to live here. Now, returning to the relative present of 1979, unfortunately, Chinmaya, who at this point actually is a member of the Rajneesh, passes away. It is very devastating to Sheila because despite her more negative qualities, I got the impression that she truly loved this man. But in that time, she had made a lot more money. She had developed wealth through her position within the Rajneesh, and she was actually able to buy Montclair after his death. And that would eventually be the first point where Osho enters into the picture in the United States. Now, a lot of people have heard about Oregon, and it's easy to assume that might be the first place that he went. But they actually went to New Jersey first, to that state. Now,
a categorical mistake, I'm sure. I cannot imagine a harder landing for an Indian guru than in Tony Soprano's fucking New Jersey.
Well, what? I've got some relevant information. He actually had an all right time there because at this point in time, he pretty much never left the compound. Actually, that's not entirely true. Sometimes he'd hop in one of his many Rolls Royces and flex on the common folk. But
Yeah, at
so
this
something
wait,
that I didn't.
that is something I want to clarify.
Yeah,
At this point, is he rocking the 12 Rolls Royces?
he is rocking less than 10 Rolls Royces, but listeners, understand that by the end of his life, he will have 93.
I
93.
93 of the same ones, I believe. And
Yeah.
when I was Googling for images to make the like album art, I came across what actually appeared to be an ad from Rolls-Royce where it was a picture of Osho, like a black and white, face portrait photograph. And then underneath it was a Rolls-Royce. And then in between them was white text on a black background from Osho, a quote. And it just said, "I have simple taste. I buy the best. Rolls-Royce." I'm like, did
Wait,
they
do you know
use
what
this
year?
guy
Do you know
to
what year this
sell?
was?
No, I have no idea. I just saw this while
Oh, I
was.
want to know what year it was so bad.
I'll send you the picture and you can 10-eye reverse image search to your
Yeah.
heart's content. But it appeared to be a real advert. And I don't think it was.
From what?
It looked exactly like the kind of full page centerfolds that used to be like in the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal. Yeah.
From what I've gathered, I don't think there was a single year where he was in the U.S. where that was tasteful. I think that's basically a categorical L across the board.
I don't know, like using him to advertise the car is strange. I mean, I guess he still had a little bit of that guru shine. Like this is well before everyone knows him from the Netflix show where his cult spirals out of control. So what was his reputation in Jersey?
It's hard to get a read on because like the sources that I looked into didn't talk about it that much. Like I think for the most part, I'll say this much: the FBI and CIA had an immediate dossier on him.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. And also immigration had an immediate dossier on him because he came into the United States using a medical visa because medical visa because at the time and people keep on using the word alleged. Frankly, it's probably true. He had a prolapsed disc in his back. Something that should be established is that he had very poor health from the latter years of the Pune ashram. Maybe like if I wanted to give specific years, pretty much everything after 1975 kind of fucking sucked for Osho. And I think that kind of helped shape his personality and eventual addiction to nitrous oxide.
So he's 35. He has, and that's like when, let's say, the decline sort of begins roughly.
Yeah.
And he dies at the age of 50 or something in 1990.
Yep. 1990 even.
Okay. So yeah, so he goes through 15 years of physical decline. I don't want to dig too much into his health. It's not.
And I won't either.
We're not medical anthropologists here or something.
Yeah.
The point is
the only thing you need to know.
Yeah, well, you tell us.
Yeah, go on. No, you go on.
The only thing you need to know is he's getting sick, getting old, etc.
Yeah. Well, and also bear in mind that obviously 35 is not an age where these issues should be arriving. Just bear in mind that like Osho isn't living on normal years. He's living on like Mick Jagger years. Where
do we know for sure that he was doing Percocet or anything else?
No. So I looked into it more. All of this is alleged, not that anybody is going to even come at me about Osho. The two things that were alleged were specifically nitrous oxide from his dentist and Valium for his physical pain.
Hell yeah.
Oh, nitrous. Yeah. Which, by the way, hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I think between the two of us, you and I just said hell yeah maybe 7 times.
It's a man of taste right there.
Keep this in because it deserves 7 hell yeahs.
Okay, all right. So at minimum, we've confirmed the Valium and we've confirmed the nitrous.
Yeah,
cool.
But to be fair, I would like to establish Valium and nitrous were the only things that were alleged. But even then, we will reach a point where and spoiler alert, where Rajneesh Param, the eventual organ compound, kind of falls apart. And there's a whole lot of allegations amongst different parties. But you know what? We'll get there, beautiful, sweet, blushing audience members.
Teach the controversy.
We'll get there.
Teach the controversy. That's what I say.
Yeah, honestly, I want to never mind.
Whatever,
I was
please,
about to
let's.
say something that I shouldn't say. Edit that part out.
Oh, okay,
Um,
go.
but, so, um, when Osho doesn't, I'm sorry, Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh does not immediately go to the United States. He's still at the Pune ashram. He still has a little bit of time, but the clock is ticking. And so Sheila secures this compound, comes in, and causes some controversy because immediately she's like, "Yes, this beautiful historical site. Okay, I need you to start changing the wall paint." They rip out all the wooden floors and replace them with linoleum. Um,
She
and you might
she
be asking
thinks
yourself,
she
like,
thinks she's on HGTV. This is exactly what the
yeah,
HGTV wife does every time. She comes in
mhm.
and she's like, "We're gonna repaint this. We're gonna put in new cabinets. We're gonna get. Oh, that dishwasher's gotta go." Meanwhile, the husband just has like this look in his eyes of like all the blood flowing to his feet, and you're just
Oh yeah,
and you're like, "Wow, they put this on TV." Anyway,
yep. Well, and you know what? It's exploitation's the name of the game. I think that's what we're going to find out from reality TV and the Rajneesh.
excellent.
Um, but it is, to her credit and to his credit, it is a little bit more. There are more layers than that, because even though he had a lot of illnesses, and these might be legitimate illnesses too, he whenever, zooming back a little bit, whenever a follower would want to have an individual session, they would literally give them the sniff test. They'd be like, "Are you wearing perfume or deodorant? No, you can't go in. Do you have a strong smell? You can't go in." Because apparently Osho had taken the pill from Infinite, and like he was super sensitive to smells,
She's
and he was
autistic.
very,
She's
yeah,
autistic.
maybe it's not impossible. he,
He's
he was
autistic,
super.
dude.
He had he yeah, and he'd start stimming the fuck out if
Let me
if you
guess. He
smell
also
like
had
BO
rules
or
about like I can only wear this type of clothing. Linen is too scratchy. I cannot concentrate. I'm
well,
anyway.
he didn't have it about himself. He did have a bit of a dress code for everybody else, though, which does not defeat the allegations.
Does not make you look
Beyond,
like less of a psychopath, wanting to dress
exactly.
other people up like dolls, constantly.
Uh,
Anyway,
but yeah, so the one important thing to note is that, like, from what I gather, Sheila and Osho's relationship was completely non-sexual and aromantic. It's strange. It was almost more of like and this is gonna sound too weird, but like a mother-son relationship, where Sheila would dote and dote and dote over Bhagwan, and I think that he really liked having that in his life, because he had the psychology of a cult leader. But somebody who I think about a lot when I think about Osho is Jim Jones and how they're different, and we'll get a little bit to the Jim Jones, because Jim Jones made the Oregon people pretty anxious about a new cult coming into town, but we're not there yet. When it came to a distinction between Osho and Jim Jones to me is, if you want to do a D&D alignment chart, he is pure authoritarian, and that's what thrilled him. Is like having this group, and he wasn't super sexual. He had his addictions and stuff, but to him it seemed like the name of the game was purely control. Something that I've been thinking about while I've been reading about Osho is that, like, I think Osho likes I think for Osho it's the hedonism amongst other things. Because when it comes to the control, he seems to delegate almost all of it to Sheila or at Laxmi at some point. He delegates it to the taskmasters.
he does seem like a guy who, at whatever level of honesty and interference in other people's lives, is basically at the end of the day just looking to have a good time, right? He
Yeah.
doesn't seem interested in like, torturing people for the sake of torturing them. He doesn't seem interested in arranging like super elaborate and specific, like almost ritualistic events. I mean, and Jim Jones also had this aspect of what you could call like charlatanism, where he would perform like miracle healings that were,
Hmm.
basically staged events in public, immersive theater in which you did not know you were in an immersive theater, and like members of his inner circle posing in the congregation as people that were blind. and they would come up on stage, and Jim Jones would start shrieking and holy rolling, and then like press his hands to their eyes, and they'd go, "I can see," and run around screaming. And then, like elaborate cons like that. Or like there was a thing where Jim Jones wanted to convince the audience he was bulletproof, and so he had one of his henchmen like pose as a disgruntled vagrant who came in with a gun and shot him, except that he shot him with a blank. And then Jim Jones had ahead of time like put like some blood bag slash like bullet, and like popped it and rolled on the ground like a bad Hollywood actor. And then, like they rushed over and cut open his shirt and were like, "There's the bullet, there's the blood, but there's no wound." They'd get the whole audience together, be like, "Can you say hallelujah?" And like that was the kind of stuff that Jim Jones was into, in part.
Well, Jim Jones, in his own mind, was like this grandiose martyr, this Martin Luther King. And funny enough, well, we won't delve too much into Jim Jones, but you see that in his speech too, because eventually, like, his daily routine ends up being do amphetamines to stay up and do opiates to go down, which, funny enough, is how the CIA allegedly used to torture people to make them susceptible to interrogation. And so he was basically MK Ultraing himself and pigeonholing himself into this mentally idea of like, the world's going to end, but also I'm the world. So I kind of want to leave this world, and the world's leaving with me, which kind of led to Jonestown.
Yeah, I think the CIA must have came across this in the course of abusing amphetamines themselves. Like many of the people who were, CIA desk officers or station chiefs were like Mormon alcoholics who would use a ton of amphetamines. And there was also this like malicious pranking that went on in the CIA where they would spike people's drinks at social functions with LSD just to see what would happen. And basically the CIA just regarded LSD as poison. And they were like, "It's poison that doesn't kill you. Let's fuck with people using it," and anyway.
Yeah. And then they turned into Looney Tunes villains. Where they're just like,
they were definitely high when they came up with some of the Castro assassination ideas. I mean,
yeah. Well, yeah, they'd just be like, "Yeah, let's drop 3 milligrams of LSD into our intern's coffee and let's see what happens."
Yeah, or we're gonna put polonium dust in Fidel Castro's shoes because the radiation will be enough to make his beard fall out. And then if his beard falls out, he will lose his masculine strongman aura. He will lose his revolutionary credibility. And then every CIA thing about Cuba always ends with the following sentence. And then the people of Cuba who hate Castro will rise up and overthrow him. Because the CIA was, among other things, entirely deluded about, quote unquote, what the people of Cuba actually believed.
I can just hear the sound of a bong being ripped in the background. Like,
I really thought I had at least muted it.
Those are plans that like Kevin from Home Alone would come up with if he joined the CIA.
Well, a lot of the CIA agents were essentially overgrown man children. They were like Yale Skull and Bones type motherfuckers who never experienced anything like a real challenge in life and grew up like imagine being 11 years old and you have servants that you can command. Like, I don't feel like folding my clothes. I'm going to command a servant to do that. I don't feel like making breakfast for myself. I'm going to command a servant. And like literally there's this thing in the master slave dialectic of Hegel, where one of the consequences of entering into one of these master slave relationships for the master is that the master slowly loses touch with reality and becomes enfeebled because they make other people do everything and in the process forget themselves how to do anything at all. Like when someone else
That's
does shit for you,
kind of a
you
good
kind of
descriptor of
become,
Bhagwan.
yeah, you kind of become like a sea cucumber of a person where you're like, I don't even remember how to make myself a sandwich. I don't even remember how to go to the store and buy groceries, shit like that.
Yeah, no, you become. It's like you said, you become a little man baby. Although to be fair, I won't do Osho like that. I don't think he was particularly a man baby. I do think that he actually was suffering from a myriad of physically debilitating illnesses, and so there's. I think for him it was comfort and necessity.
There's also this
But
element of like, regardless of what Osho wants or what Osho feels, if there are thousands of people who expect you to play this role for them, right?
hmm,
Thousands of people who expect you to be the sage, the guru, the enlightened one, the guy that tells them what to do, what to read, who to fuck, what to, how to fold their legs when they sit, if there's thousands of people that expect this from you, are you supposed to just tell them to their face, like, look, guys, your guess is as good as mine. I have just as many problems as any of you.
yeah, I can just imagine him on stage just being like, "Fuck, does being God have like sick days? Can all of you just fuck off for like 3 days
Well,
and let me
he
rest?"
did this thing. He did this thing where he decided he was done speaking. Like this is in the Netflix documentary, but at one point he decides that other people like commodify his words, or they only hang out with him because they expect him to tell them some magic secret. And he's like, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to say a fucking word for 5 years, and I'm going to see who sticks around. And that was an interesting
Go.
idea.
Do you know what the funny? Well, first of all, you're correct. It is an interesting idea. It's funny though, Will, because you're describing something that could potentially be 2 points in his life. When I think we mentioned in the last episode, when he goes the first time he enters the the Pune ashram, he has that reaction where he's like he's been living in Bombay for a while, which is like a relatively modern city, and then he has to go to this just like farmland, and so he just gives his cult the silent treatment. But I think you might be talking about the second time he does that, which is when eventually he gets to the Oregon compound. And honestly, we can fast forward to that pretty soon. But I'm dwelling too much on Montclair. I just thought some of it was interesting. But when he goes there, there is like a year straight of the locals and the state government lunging at Osho. And I'll explain why. Because it isn't just people being fearful of like, I don't want your shitty religion in my borders. Like there are, which is, I mean, to be fair, there is an element of that, but there are other reasons too. And yeah, Osho just fucks off for a while, and that's kind of how Sheila really takes power.
Okay, so now we're into the era of girl bossing.
Oh
Now
yeah,
now we're, as one sticker I saw recently said, this chick is ambitious. So
she's serving.
I
Hell yeah.
anyway, okay, so Sheila, the way Sheila struck me in the documentary is that she is someone who was always pretty dissatisfied with the options that were available to her, whether they were religious options, social options. She was a woman growing up in India at a time when, for a person of her caste and so on, she was just expected to get arranged married to some guy and fuck off and be a
Mhm.
housewife forever. And you can tell from the way she talks that she absolutely resented that. And she's like, look, okay, then I met Osho. And when I met him, it was like a magic transformation. It was like a part of myself changed forever. It was a religious experience. And I felt like it was a choice between go to the magic man or this shitty life of being, an Indian arranged marriage housewife. And so I chose to go to the
Mhm.
magic man. And I'm like, okay, I would do the same. First, to be clear,
Yeah,
if I was in your position, I would do the same.
yeah.
And then she was always trying to be around Osho, trying to be in the room with Osho, trying to, just bask in his light or whatever. And it's like, if you hang around long enough, you're going to be given a job. You're going to be given some kind
Yeah.
of responsibility. And so he starts charging her with like essentially secretarial tasks. Go to this person, tell them this thing, find out this other thing for me, and come back to me. And she's good at her fucking job. I mean, she thinks she's doing it for God. And so that's highly motivating. And
Yeah.
anyway,
No, I agree with everything you're saying. And something that struck me while I was reading about just this, the Rajneesh in general, but specifically Sheila, is that it's the same conclusion that I came to about Osho. Like, she contains multitudes. Because, yeah, no, if you know where this goes, she becomes a bit of a mobster at some point. But there's also this other side of her where she truly loves and adores Osho. And it is kind of like Osho is God, Osho's in charge. But it's like, and this is going to sound weird, but it's like a Mary Jesus relationship where Jesus is the son of God. Jesus is the point. But like, Mary is also important and sired God and stayed with God or whatever. Like, for Sheila, she respected and loved Osho, but she almost saw it as her responsibility to handle the executive functioning of the Rajneesh, and that just went in a dark direction. Like,
the problem
it's
is
really
that,
fascinating.
when Osho said, I don't want to think about any of these details, I want you to think about these details, Sheila was like, oh, so like I have unlimited latitude to carry out like
Yeah.
domestic terrorism. And
and also, she's kind of a narcissist in the sense where she's like, nobody can handle the Rajneesh like me, and any voice that could even possibly contradict my own needs to be silenced immediately. I need to be at the tip of the spear, and nobody else can.
Like a micro Stalinist. Like
She was
that moment
Yeah.
from the Russian Revolution where Lenin like has the stroke and can barely talk, and Stalin just starts gatekeeping access to him. It's like when they ring the door in Family Guy,
perfect comparison, by the way.
Consuela answers, and she's like, "Hey, like, is Peter home? Oh, no, Mister Peter, no here. Okay, well, can you just give him this? No. Well, just hand it to him. No, you give. You give Mr. Peter no here. So it's like doing that with Osho or doing that with Lenin and Stalin, where Stalin's just like standing outside of Lenin's office as like 20 guys that were all high level revolutionaries are trying to get Lenin's opinion on like, should we fucking, what should we do about this rebellion in the West, man? This is getting crazy. The British are landing fucking troops. And meanwhile, Stalin's just like, Comrade Lenin is not well today. He will answer your questions tomorrow. And then they come back tomorrow, and Stalin comes out and he's like, I talked to Comrade Lenin, and he suggests that we kill all of the British soldiers with machine guns mounted on the roof. And they're like, Lenin said that? He's like, you can go ask him later. Not now. He is very sleepy.
He's very sleepy. He drank too much milk. He's very sleepy. He'll die tomorrow.
So Sheila's doing this with Osho to a certain extent.
And honestly, I will say, Will, that is a fucking genius comparison, because it's kind of like that. Bhagwan is actually suffering from like physical ailments, and Sheila, I mean, I'd say the main difference is I don't really know how much Stalin gave a shit about Lenin. I don't think Stalin really gave a shit about anybody. But she, like I said, she contained multitudes. She cared about him, but also I think she just got a taste of the power pie and was like, I'm in. Like, I kind of like this. I love this man, and I like this. From now on, I'm head bitch. Like,
being seduced by power should not surprise anyone. It should not require any additional justification.
Yeah, no. If suddenly a genie popped into my room and made me a billionaire, I'd like to think I'm a pretty good person. But within a month, I'd probably be gunning down endangered species with a machine gun and a helicopter.
Yeah, you would be hunting people for sport on a private island. Yeah.
The most dangerous game.
Yeah. The other dark meat.
Yeah.
Just, yeah. Wow. Okay. Whatever.
Well, we'll figure out what to do with that in post. There are too many double entendres to that statement.
I think I first heard it in Austin Powers, a movie that should probably disappear.
Movie that genuinely, that might be the best movie ever made. Not even And also, the funny thing about Austin Powers is it just keeps getting shittier with every new movie, but I almost like it more for that. Like,
Oh,
fat bastard trying to eat mini-me.
I'll always remember Fat Bastard speech, where he says, "I eat because I'm unhappy, and I'm unhappy because I eat." They're like, "Holy shit! I'm gonna think about this for 7 days."
By the way, listener, if you're thinking to yourself, what the fuck is happening? Welcome to Spark Notes with Richard. I think we've truly reached a state of like anasteia, that Greek shit. We're like, this is perfect. This is art.
I mean, it's like I either have to talk about this or I have to talk about like the documentary record of neoconservative ideology or like the vagaries of what Immanuel Kant believed about the politics of perpetual peace. So I'm enjoying the break from the
uh,
head splitting shit I normally put on this podcast.
I am glad to suck you into my drunken embrace. It's
Excellent,
perfect.
excellent choice of words. Anyway,
Okay, so we've talked about Montclair. You know what? I say fuck Montclair. Let's go to Oregon. So, I may or may not have mentioned it. If I've already mentioned it, we can edit this out. But at some point, Sheila, roughly about a year or so after her then husband passes away, marries a new man named. I'm going to consult the notes real quick. So, Sheila marries a new man by the name of John Shelfer. Now, like I said, I don't want to be too cynical about Sheila, because I do think that she had sincere connections with people that she loved, and there's a distinct chance that she shared that connection with her second husband, John Shelfer. But if I can indulge my cynicism for a moment, John Shelfer was a very rich, very connected man, specifically connected into the world of banking, which will eventually become important to the Rajneesh. Now she convinces her husband, her new second husband, after they get married, I need you to buy me a plot of land, which he does. And he ends up finding this land in Oregon. It's 64,000 thousand acres. It's this land called the Big Muddy Ranch, and he ends up purchasing it for $5 million. For reference, if any of you are familiar with Oregon, it is situated between the Wasco and Jefferson counties. I don't know where those places are, but hey, a little audio series told me where they are, so fuck you. So once this area gets established, once again, Osho doesn't immediately go there because, and by the way, this would be 1981. Osho doesn't immediately go there because Osho does truthfully need a decent home to be built anywhere because of his health problems. So they buy that land and immediately settle it with like trailers and stuff. Now, here's an interesting point. We mentioned Jim Jones earlier. Almost from the get-go, when they move in, they're met with mixed reception from the local people from Oregon. There's a small portion of people that are like, live and let live. I don't care. I've got my land. They do their thing. But a lot of people are very concerned. Now, that's because of a range of reasons. For some of them, they were simply worried about a religious institution that they were unfamiliar with forming a large-scale community in their land. But for a lot of people, they thought, that's a cult, and we're scared of Jonestown. Now,
and also the one irony here is that this town, like its identity before Osho and so forth, it was explicitly a retirement community for like rural Christians. And like they really wanted nothing other than to just like watch the sunset over the valley with other people who also believed in Jesus and were over the age of 60. And then all of a sudden, there are people in orange robes like walking down the street.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm not, there's a lot of intolerance and bigotry and stuff. But like, I also get the whole just leave me the fuck alone element of like, I came here just to fucking be in the woods and die with people I like. Why the fuck is this
Yeah.
now my life?
Yeah. And for context, both of these counties had populations below like 10,000. And then suddenly they're like, what the hell's a Rajneesh? Like, but also, like I said, I don't want to attribute it at all to just country bigotry, even though there was a certain aspect of that. To give a historical context, because when you're reading about history and you're reading about true crime or whatever, you are just assaulted with so many different cases and so many different dates of horrible things happening. The reason why I've brought up uh, Jonestown so many times is because Jonestown happened. The massacre at Jonestown happened in 1978. The Rajneesh are moving in droves in 1981. The Jonestown massacre happened 3 years before
Yeah, so
these people coming in.
timing's a bit tough on that one because
Yeah,
everybody knew about the Jonestown massacre. It wasn't one of these events that like historians discovered. It was, all over the news. A congressman was killed. There were hearings about it. The phrase drinking the Kool-Aid entered the lexicon, right? And
even though, I'm sorry to interrupt, even though they didn't drink Kool-Aid, they drank Flavor Aid. Go on.
yeah, Kool-Aid's brand certainly needed some work after that. They really should have led with Flavor Aid. They should. I'm surprised the Kool-Aid people didn't protest that a little bit more.
Well, I mean, I'll say this much: Kool-Aid's still around, and Flavor Aid isn't.
That's true. Apparently, like really, there is no bad publicity, I guess. Okay. So they're here. They're in this bumpkin country town, retirement town for Protestant Christians. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So they start coming in, and immediately people are pretty touchy about it. And Bhagwan comes in not long after, but pretty early on, the Rajneesh get bold. And I think part of the reason why is because they've carried a lot more power. Sorry, 1 second.
Start that sentence over.
So the Rajneesh start coming in, and people start pushing back a little bit because they kind of presciently recognize that, oh wow, like this might get out of hand, and we might lose control over our own community. Like we might put under the thumb of a group that we don't have any understanding of. And funny enough, that kind of ends up happening. But people are moving in, things are growing, and eventually Osho swoops in around 1981, 1992. And he has a nice compound, but much like Montclair, a lot of people coming in are basically just indentured workers who are like, it's kind of like what we talked about in the first episode. They are Gurdjieff-esque workers where they're like, I'm going to achieve enlightenment by building fences and shanty homes for the next 5 months. Which
I'm just reminded of the guys in the outside courtyard in Fight Club where, they're just like all day long building, garden containers or, cutting and packaging soap. And they're doing it with like the dedication of like a master Swiss watchmaker who's constructing his masterpiece. They've all been taught that part of their deconditioning is learning to love even the most horrible experiences. And so they're attacking it with like a level of fanaticism that they would not give to any other task. Like where if I wanted a guy to dig this fast, this deep, I would have to pay him like $70 an hour. And meanwhile, just by tapping into this feeling of like spiritual insignificance in a person, or by promising them either explicitly or implicitly that if you do this, you will be delivered. You will not be the pathetic waste of space that society has taught you that you are. You will actually have a life that matters in some way. You will be important. You will be at the vanguard. You will be closer to God, like whatever your thing is that you need in order for your ego and your identity to be whole, through magic, through ritual, through a guy in a robe waving his hands at you, we will give it to you. All you have to do is go dig 20 fucking latrines for us in the next 2 weeks so we have somewhere to shit. And don't dig them too fucking close to the river or we're all going to get cholera and die. Anyway,
Yeah,
hold on.
basically.
Let's pause. I gotta go do some shit. I'll be right back.
No, I have to pee so bad. I agree.
Sorry for this noise.
No worries.
Yeah, hopefully that's not too bad. Can you hear the fridge behind me?
Give me a moment. Silence. In the faintest way possible, yes.
Okay. I won't worry about it. Try to be less of a fucking perfectionist.
It's a Spark Notes with Richard. Let's just fucking get messy with it.
Okay, dude. So get us back on track.
Yeah, so anyways.
This is the one where I space out, remember? This is the one where I let you talk.
Oh, it's fine. This is also the one where we're both drunk. Because we spontaneously are filming this a day before when we intended, so.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I am pounding the Dan Active probiotic dailies. I'm trying to convince my adult metabolic system that this is a treat, that this is a dessert. It's really like I'm trying to taste this and think like, just like apple pie. It's really
like an astronaut.
It's like a 90 calorie. Yeah, sure. It's Tang. Oh, by the way, a word to the sponsors of this show. So
of course,
the people who make the show possible, as we know, are corporations as well as intelligence agencies. So yes. There's too many sponsors to name, but I would like to pick a few. The first would be the Pakistani ISI. For you Americans who don't know, that's their equivalent of the CIA. So good job on finding bin Laden when he crossed the border into Pakistan out of Tora Bora in October, actually, of 2001, and holding him under house arrest until we, quote unquote, found and killed him.
Yeah. And for the listeners out there, we got paid $45 to say that. So hell yeah.
So kudos to the Pakistani ISI for keeping bin Laden under house arrest for 10 years or fucking however long it was. And then the next sponsor of this show is, of course, ExxonMobil, who did not cover up all that climate science from the 90s and pay scientists to lie to Congress. They didn't do it. And thank you to ExxonMobil for sponsoring this show. I've now read the card.
Thank you so much.
Yep. They must.
Well, you forgot one. The last one was Nesquik.
Nesquik, right. It's just because of the bunny.
It's yeah.
Yeah, if you know, you know.
Yeah, if you like drinking water, drink Nesquik.
Yeah, and then Tang. It's what the astronauts drink. Another sponsor of this show.
Yep. It's what plants crave.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Now back to our highly structured programming. I would like to say one last sponsor, Ballast Point IPAs. Thank you for this entire episode. Now, so when we last left off, the Rajneesh were landing in Oregon to much controversy. We kind of already discussed why that came to, why that was so controversial. But they came in, and eventually Osho came in once things got more developed. Now, when they first started, they were just a bunch of trailers. But as it started to grow, they constructed a couple of buildings and also tried to produce plumbing. They did produce plumbing, at least in Osho's little area. But like we mentioned before, they were highly embroiled in a bunch of legal issues. And one of them was the fact that they came in, I'm not going to use the word invaded, but they aggressively immigrated into this one area and immediately decided, we're splitting between two counties. At the state of Oregon, just make us a city. Make Rancho Rajneesh. Make Rajneeshpuram its own city. I swear to God, you won't regret it. There will be no strings attached. And Oregon looked at that and they scratched their little chinny chin chin and said, I'd fucking rather die than do that. That's actually a terrible idea. And so, um,
They were literally like scanning, I'm sure, like the state constitution. They're like, there's got to be something we can use as an excuse to say no.
well, it's funny because so uh, Rancho Rajneesh actually did make an effort to become its own city. And, when you make decisions like that, you need people to vote. So, like any rational person, like any intelligent person, what they did is they just started immigrating thousands of homeless people into their city.
Look, they're in Oregon. The locals are crossing their fucking arms. They're about to set up their own city. They're appealing to the Oregon, state government to get their town recognized.
Well, the funny thing is, they're basically not even trying to appeal to get their town recognized. They are just standing up and saying, "We've got numbers. Fuck you, Oregon." So, what they end up doing is they bring in a bunch of homeless people internationally.
Hell yeah.
Or not internationally, but like from the surrounding cities. And they say, "Come here. We will give you food. We will give you shelter. Just vote to make us a city." And that happens. Thousands of homeless people pour in, and
if the retired
still,
Christians thought it was bad before, now there's twice as many homeless people. Yeah.
This is one rare situation where you can say that the bumpkins in remote areas were completely right about everything.
Well, first of all, the offer that they gave the homeless people, I mean, how could a homeless person not take that offer? And secondly, you got to lay that at like the feet of somebody. You got to be like, okay, like state of Oregon, this shows you how easy it is to fix homelessness.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Well, you say fix homelessness. They make a silly decision later. So part of the reason why they did that is because those local areas had a law, which is also a law that Hunter S. Thompson took advantage of when he tried to become sheriff. But that's a whole different story. Oh, we could do such a good Hunter S. Thompson episode eventually. But anyways,
stay on track.
Stay on track. So there's this law that you only have to be a resident in these areas for 2 or 3 months in order to vote on certain issues. And so the Rajneesh thought they were being very clever. And so they brought in all these homeless people, and they also tried something else. And I'm confused on when I should bring this up, but I'm just going to bring it up now. Eventually, like during that vote, totally coincidentally, a bunch of people in both counties get salmonella. Oh, how could that happen?
Bad lettuce, I'm sure. Yeah, that irrigation water.
Yeah, hey, target the milkman. It's probably the milkman's fault. But no, everybody gets salmonella. And aside from the homeless thing, a bunch of weird conditions happen. And then for whatever reason, they lose anyways. And by the way, while this is happening, Osho is embroiled in a U.S. immigration court case because he came here on a medical visa, but there are no records of him receiving medical help from a recognized American doctor. He is receiving medical help, but he's importing doctors from England, like all people that are part of the Rajneesh.
All he had to do was check the box. Like, this is clearly just like a fucking logistical oversight. Like, he didn't have time to go to one fucking doctor's appointment while he was here on a medical visa. Who the fuck is managing him? Like, I'm supposed to believe Sheila's this fucking logistical genius. She doesn't even get him the main excuse he needs to be in the country taken care of.
Well, the main issue is if you seek an outside doctor, that doctor isn't going to see Osho as a god. They're just going to they're going to see Bhagwan as Bhagwan. They're just going to see him as this random dude.
He just has to meet with them once for 30 minutes and then pretend to take his pills, and then he can go back to his private doctors.
That completely makes sense, but it also kind of lends itself to the point that you made earlier when you brought up Hegel, where he's been the master for too long.
Yeah, I wonder if Osho's
And
gotten to the point where
also,
he does not really know how to talk to people that haven't already been prepped in a certain sense, primed to think of him as a god man.
I think he might be at that
Like
point.
he's like, I spiritually I cannot handle standing in line at the DMV. Like, I love when people get to that point where they're like, actually, I have transcended reality. My ego has fallen away. I am a being of pure light and consciousness, and that is why I no longer go to Starbucks, but instead order my lattes to be delivered in the morning using my mother's credit card.
By the way, anybody who uses their mother's credit card for DoorDash is no better than the Rajneesh at this point. They like at this
Okay,
point
okay.
you've
First of all, you better be quiet right now because there are undergraduate and graduate students listening to this podcast, and they will turn it off if anyone tells them they can't use their mom's credit card to buy DoorDash.
no. All of you listening, if you are using DoorDash to order a venti coffee, you are basically a cult leader, and your little troopers are the poor people having to like bring
I'm
a
gonna log
single
in.
coffee.
I'm gonna log in after this and just see like I almost said thousands of hate messages. Let's be realistic.
I wish.
6 to 10 terrible hate messages of anyway.
Anybody viewing, if you hate me, spread this podcast to all your friends and get thousands of them to subscribe to the Patreon to send Will more hate.
There is no bad publicity.
That's a PSA.
Yeah.
There
Oh
is
God,
no. Yeah, listen.
we're being so controversial by offering a mild insult to people that order coffee through DoorDash. Meanwhile, like Steve Bannon and Alex Jones are screaming about a race war into the microphone right now. Okay.
By the way, if we do receive more hate than them over our coffee comment, that will actually. I'm ready to die
Well,
after
again,
that. Not
people
for
like
bad reasons,
Bannon,
but because I'm stoked.
people like Bannon and Alex Jones are in kind of the same situation that Osho's in, which is that they're now entirely surrounded by believers, and like
Hey, Kanye.
there is nobody that's right going to raise their hand in Alex Jones or Steve Bannon's audience and say like, hey man, like this doesn't fucking make sense. Like, why can't we all be friends? That guy doesn't fucking exist anymore. Like people get captured by their own audiences. There's this, I can't remember what writer said this, but you know, she said that when writers get older, some turn to drink and others turn to audiences. And yeah, so like when you work your own group long enough, you eventually start to detach from reality. Anyway, subscribe to my
Well,
Patreon.
Will, I have a question for you.
Oh God. Okay.
Is it weird that I dislike Steve Bannon infinitely more than I have critical opinions of Osho?
Is it weird that what?
Is it weird that Steve Bannon makes me angrier than Osho? And
No, Steve
weirdly,
Bannon is
Osho
a
doesn't make me
far
that
no,
angry.
no, no. Steve Bannon is a far more malign force in the universe than Osho. I don't think you could even put those two in the same spectrum. Osho is a well-meaning dipshit. Steve Bannon is actually a fascist, like evil genius mastermind. If you want to know what Steve Bannon is up to, you should read the Naomi Klein book Doppelganger. The subtitle of that book could have been I listened to Steve Bannon's podcast for 2 years so that you didn't have to. Anyway, yeah, no, it is not strange that you get a creepier vibe from Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon appears to be dying of 3 or 4 chronic illnesses at once, and also just has the same kind of malicious aura that someone like Dick Cheney also possessed. A cold shark-like demeanor. But anyway, whatever. I don't want to talk about
Well,
fucking Steve Bannon, dude. Even though
yeah, no,
here
this is
I
the
am talking about
Osho.
him.
This is the Spark Notes with Richard with Osho. We gotta focus on our adorable little boy again.
Who's being
Ugh.
infantilized by his own followers, I guess. Like you can
Yeah, who's
you can
being
blame some amount of this phenomenon by like the inner circle people that basically surrounded him like a fucking white blood cell and like wouldn't let him touch the ground.
yeah. Well, and it isn't even like, and that's a good point because it isn't even just Sheila. It becomes just Sheila at a certain point by her own decision making. But like in the last episode, we mentioned Laxmi. we mentioned Vivek, who's still relevant, and I will probably bring up a little bit later. Like all of these people dote on OSHA, and or I'm sorry, not OSHA. Yeah, they dote on their local forklift operator. No, they dote on Bhagwan. Um, they dote on Bhagwan, and he loves it. And like I said, that it is one of those things where it's just like, well, fuck it, we'll get more into that later. So, the Rajneesh are embroiled in a level of legal matters at this point. People are grouping up to fight against them, especially after the attempted coup, the coup of this little city. And
Okay, I'm sorry. What's up with the coup?
well, the coup was
The homeless people.
the homeless people bringing in bringing a bunch of homeless people, and also I don't want to talk about this too much because it becomes more relevant later, but there is the distinct possibility, it's alleged that Sheila deliberately poisoned the water system of the counties with salmonella. It's also alleged that she did wiretaps to track people. It's alleged 100,000 different things, but we're not quite there yet. So, during this time, when all these legal battles are coming in, you see this moment where Osho or Bhagwan becomes exhausted. You know, there's so much that he liked about being God for so long, but it's just different now. Like he still has his followers, but he's had them for a while. And suddenly there are all of these different forces trying to bring him into court and punish him. And I think he's kind of getting exhausted about being a cult leader. Like, and that's one of the things that differentiates him from a lot of cult leaders. I see him get like tired. He's just sick of it. He's sick of having to do battle. And so eventually he makes this announcement like 1982 where he's like, yeah, I'm just going to like, actually, he doesn't even make an announcement. He just kind of recedes into the darkness. And during that time, for the most part, his followers saw him through one of two vectors. One was he just started filming private sermons and releasing them out. You know, I don't know if
He became a
VHS is
podcaster.
relevant.
He became a podcaster.
He became a VHS podcaster to his
Hell
own
yeah.
people.
Hell yeah.
And the other one is he would do what was called drive-bys, where he would hop in one of his 94 Rolls Royces, and all of his followers would line up down miles of this road, and he would drive down it. He was basically in his Rolls Royce Pope Mobile, and he'd stand up and he'd wave at them and be like, haha, yeah, I'm Osho, or I'm Bhagwan, haha, God damn it, I have to pay so much money in legal debt, huh? And then everybody would be like, holy fuck, it's God. And he'd be like, oh, God, I'm so fucking miserable. And then he'd go back to his place. Now, during this time, he was so exhausted, and this is still 1982. He was so exhausted that he granted Sheila limited power of attorney over his quote unquote estate. Which by this point now comprises three separate front companies that they can, I'm not allegedly launder their money through. But it was that moment where he drew back, where Sheila really, it was like scratching flint onto a bunch of straw or a bunch of leaves. Like she just ignited. And so when he drew into the background, she kind of took control over Rajneeshpuram. And that's when
I'm
a lot of
guessing
things
like
changed.
by this point, Osho has reached a stage where if anyone tries to hand him a piece of paper, you know, he acts like he's just gotten the evil eye or something. He's just like, I would not be saying anything today. So I'm guessing at this point, like his inner court of doers and fixers and gophers is basically running shit 24/7. And like, unless one of them tells Osho, how the fuck would he even know?
Yeah. Well, and that is a really good point, because one thing I will say about Osho is I think that if he was still physically able, he would still dive directly in to participate with the Rajneesh Pram, because for a long time he found that thrilling. But like, he was a man who was aging beyond his own years. He had physical ailments. He was in constant pain, and I think he just wanted to be left the hell alone. And like I said, during that time, Sheila kind of took the reins and she started pushing everybody out. She kind of already did that at Montclair in New
Now
Jersey,
it's time for
but
the Stalinist purge.
this was the point where he became Lenin and she became Stalin, where she actually mandated that nobody could talk to him except for her. That included somebody we mentioned in the last episode, Vivek, the Western woman who came there and formed a very intimate connection with him because she was his romantic partner for a long time. And also, she was his caretaker. He also had a personal nurse. None of them could communicate with Osho anymore. Like, everything had to be filtered through Ma Anand Sheila. And during this time, the Rajneesh community became way more authoritarian. Suddenly, way more control was being asserted on people's lives. And it's funny, something that I recognized was that, in the last episode, we mentioned dynamic meditation, how people would scream and shout, they'd have orgies, they'd do all this chaotic stuff just because it was cathartic. Sheila and a number of other people, including Laxmi, only went to one dynamic meditation. It's confirmed. She went to one, and it was where people shouted hateful things towards each other, and if they couldn't do that, they shouted at a pillow. And she was like, "This sucks." This is in like 1978, by the way. Like, she went to one dynamic meditation session and was like, "This is nutso. I'd much rather just be in charge." And
Yeah,
Osho adored her. Yeah, go on.
she got like halfway through the like introductory sequence and was immediately like, I think I can just flip to the back of the book and
Yeah.
take the answers from there. I don't think I have to traverse the full spectrum of like tantric deconditioning. I think I can just go back to the spreadsheets. I think like I'm with the master. Like I'm just
Yeah.
soaking it up through spiritual osmosis. I don't need to do the fucking exercises.
Yeah. Well, and the master did, Osho did a lot to encourage her to feel that way, to encourage her to feel that she was truly this special, 1 second, this uniquely gifted person, which which basically, there were 1,000,001 different points that led to her personality during Oregon. So to pick back up, Osho is in hiding. Well, not in hiding. He's become somewhat of a recluse, and Sheila has enforced that. He's been cut off from everybody. Now, this goes on for a while, but there is a point. Well, during that point, I'm sorry, during when Sheila was in control, like pretty much anything that you read about in Wild Wild Country was under her direction. And I'm not going to be too biased against her because something that we're probably going to talk about maybe tomorrow, because I'm getting more drunk and disorganized.
Like we'll do one more like story, one more scene, and then
I was about to
we'll
say
tie
this
it up
because
and
there's
we'll
so
do
much I
part
want
two
to talk
tomorrow.
about, and
Yeah.
and I'm not in the state for it. Okay, well, if we're going to do that, let me just go back through my notes because we should not conclude the series. So anyways, wait, actually,
sorry, just another fantastic entry from Insane Headline Roundup. This just flashed on my phone. The birds on this tiny remote island are so full of plastic, their bellies crunch.
I read that same article, and that I can't even visualize that. Like, what that's like.
Fuck. More than 50,000 Californians told to stay inside over dangerous conditions, and then a picture of smoke. Okay, cool. It's wildfire season. Being bored could actually be good for your brain, scientists reveal. It's like, yes, Buddhists thought of that 2,600 fucking years ago.
I think they're just fucking idiots. Like, because I think if a Buddhist is doing it right, they're not that bored. They're just content.
Anyway, Still looking through your notes.
No, I'm good. Well, the issue is, like I said, I had this structure in my mind, but I was already drunk when you hit me up, so I've just been just saying everything I know. So I'm looking at my notes, and I had like a specific sequence of events that I was going to go through, and I've just pissed and shit all over it. So like, so
Do
I
you
think
want to
when
do you
we
want to just
last,
wrap? Do you want to just wrap?
we should just wrap. And
All right.
honestly, well, we'll see what happens.
Great and glorious Bhagwan, it has come to my attention that you have recently ran low on some of your medications, and I see here we have you on, let me look, Percocet, extended release. I understand you've been having some back pain. There's also a script here for Xanax due to your holiness.
It's okay. Just sleepy. So sleepy.
Sleepy. We'll get you some uppers. Have you heard of those? There's a new one that came out. It's called Concerta. It's like methamphetamine, but we can just prescribe it. Would you like that?
Is it good for hot weather?
It will make you sweat, but your holiness, if you don't mind me saying so, you are often quite sweaty, and I don't see it making that any worse.
Can I put it in a hamster feeder in my Rolls Royce for when I need it to dispense?
Holiness,
Or maybe
it
a
is not
test.
my place. It is not my place to question your methods. I, as your humble, well-reimbursed private doctor, am here to help you feel and work and look your best. So you just tell me what you need, and we'll make sure we have that.
First, what is your name?
Well, my parents called me Garrett, but recently the people in the ashram have taken to calling me Mahavishnu Shrivaji.
It's a beauteous name. Not one provided by me. Not one provided by me. But I think now, well, first let me ask, how much Valium can you fit in this Donkey Kong-like barrel?
Holiness, you say Valium, I say how much.
I'm gonna go ahead and need 600 pounds of Valium.
Holiness, that may raise some eyebrows among certain regulators. If I may ask, why 600 pounds?
The real question is, are you gonna do it, or am I gonna have to rename you Ma-Anon Dickhead?
Insane. Okay, we are joined today by Bhagwan Richard and I, and he is going to be explaining how somebody poisoned all of those people in that one town. So do you wanna start taking us through it there, champ?
I think I am. So, just to give some context to the listeners, we did a little crash start to the last episode, and we were picking up where we left off a few days afterwards. So, when we last were speaking, we were talking about the Rajneesh's attempt to swing an election in their favor. Now, there were a number of approaches that they had. One that we were talking about a lot last time were the homeless. There's one thing I want to add to that before I go to the master plan, and that is something I learned about what happened when the homeless came in. So thousands of homeless people come into to Rajneesh Param, and believe it or not, they don't really give a shit about Osho, and they don't really give a shit about the plan. And so they started getting a little rowdy. So,
Little.
oh, yeah. Now, I'm going to introduce a character that I should have introduced last time, which is Ma Anand Sheila's personal nurse, Pooja. Now, we're going to be talking about Pooja a little bit, but all the listener has to know is that she was nicknamed Nurse Mengele. So, yeah, kind of a bonehead. You know what I'm saying? Kind of a real jerk.
Mhm.
But
I
anyways,
feel like I've
back,
heard that name somewhere before, like
yeah.
in the
Well,
Knox
she's
archives, perhaps.
she
Yeah.
she is probably the most evil part of this story, in my opinion.
I have
But-
to interject. I am currently doing a series on the neoconservatives, and there's this one in particular that not a lot of people have heard of, named Richard Pearl. And Richard
I thought that was
Pearl
going to
is
go in a real
fascinating.
different direction for a second.
No, yeah. So Richard Pearl is one of the most tantalizing details about him is the people I think are fucking scary, like George H.W. Bush and Dick Cheney. Their nickname for Pearl was the Prince of Darkness, which of course is the epithet for Satan and Ozzy Osbourne. And so, no offense to the estate of Ozzy Osbourne, but nonetheless, imagine Dick Cheney names you Satan as your friend nickname. So anyway,
That's saying something. Yeah, that's like the Emperor from Star Wars naming you Satan. But anyway, so all these homeless guys start coming into the compound, and Ma'ana and Sheila, if you haven't gathered, is a little bit of a control freak, and so when they start acting up a little bit, because bear in mind they're not just visiting for a day, they are staying for probably about 2 months before this election starts. And so they're feeding them. Part of the way that they drew them in was they offered them free medical care and stuff too. And so when they started acting up, eventually Sheila, and this is one of the first things that tipped off the authorities that they should start investigating. For all the followers, believe it or not, they actually had beer kegs and wine and stuff that they would drink at dinner sometimes. And they had a special beer keg for the homeless guys. So they would mix it. They started mixing antipsychotics into the beer.
Hell yeah.
Literally, Pooja, the nurse Mengele, would take a big fucking cartoon syringe of antipsychotics. I don't remember which one it was. And she would just dump it in there. So you just saw all these docile, just zoned out homeless dudes just wandering. This is the moment, in my opinion, where like it's a lot of the followers started looking around and being like, maybe we're the bad guys.
Also, are we getting dosed? Like when you find out that, your person, like the person that's in charge of the kitchen or whatever, is dosing the homeless guys, even if you don't care about the homeless people, which I'm guessing a number of these, enlightenment seekers probably didn't. But even if you don't care about them, you are looking at it like, so when I eat, are you putting, phenobarbital in my fucking, kimchi or whatever?
Yeah. Well, it's a lot of people didn't have the opportunity to ask that question because smartly, from a villainous perspective, there were only a very small circle of people that knew. And from what I understand, Osho or Bhagwan didn't know either. Because Sheila really starts to go rogue around this point. Now, so we've talked about the homeless to death. I think that's good. Now let's move in to when things escalate. Now, Sheila, this is probably about 1984, 1985. Well, not somewhere like, more like 1983 to 1984. Sheila, while she has these homeless people coming in, recognizes pretty quickly, like, oh, this homeless thing's not that reliable of a plan. Like, some of them are going to vote, but, like, I don't feel comfortable having these people that aren't purely here to be Sanayans and Rajneeshis. They just don't belong. I mean, it's kind of fucking with the vibe, so to speak. And so she starts, something clicks. She's like, well, something clicks. And she recognizes, she's like, well, maybe instead of boosting our numbers, which we're already going to do, maybe we could lower the turnout. And that is where Pooja comes in. Now,
so just to decipher, voter intimidation.
Yeah. Well, it's almost like it's mass assault, like it's mass attacking. But we'll get to that. We're getting ahead of ourselves. So Sheila tasks Pooja, we need to develop like a poison, or we need to find a way to decrease voter turnout without them basically all dying. Because at this point, she's not that interested in murder, although she does get there. She just wants people to get sick as fuck, and so they can't show up. Now, it started small scale. So the way that Pooja ended up getting, spoiler alert, they end up using salmonella. And it's funny how Pooja procured it. Now, at this point, Rajneesh Prem is still very unpopular in Oregon, but they are like interacting with the government, and they are interacting with like other medical facilities, because they did have a medical facility there. Because most of Oregon at this point is like, well, they're like, we got to do something, and we have to communicate with them to some extent.
And we got to get realistic. We can't just scare them off. Like, we have to get that they are something like a fact of life. All these guys that are like regular readers of AARP magazine are looking at this group of people that are like walking around sometimes naked and thinking to themselves like, okay, all I have to do is keep myself and everybody I know away from these guys. Because I remember from the documentary, like a number of the residents looked at what was going on as not just fruity, but actually like malign and satanic,
Yeah.
right? Because from their standpoint of like Christian theology, of course, everything Osho is saying is a heresy. And normally they don't care about some Indian magic man, pronouncing a heresy. But if they're doing it in their town and drawing in their children and shit, suddenly now you have the makings for like an inquisition.
Yeah. Well, and even outside of that, that did exist. But for a lot of them too, they never visited the compounds. So it was kind of this unknown. And I think that was also what made it scary. But anyways, so Pooja reaches out to a local medical institution and is like, knock, knock, y'all got any salmonella on you? And no, what she actually said was, hey, is there any way I could procure some samples of salmonella? We want it so we can do independent testing, because they did have a medical facility. And they're like, we want to be able to better track if it's in our food supply or in our water supply. And apparently this is fairly common at the time. So they were like, sure, scary lady, sure, Mengele, yeah, take it. Oh, nothing bad happens. And so she takes it back. She puts the salmonella into an incubator, and suddenly, bam, she has basically unlimited salmonella. So it started off not as a mass poisoning. You can kind of see Sheila and Pooja flex their arms a little bit and get a feel for what they can do. It starts out, they send it to some city officials. For example, they would come by for a normal interview and they'd just be like, "Here, would you like a cup of water by the way, while we speak?" And for those of you who don't know,
God.
do you want a cup of brown water?
They're taking just like the little baby plastic water bottles, and they've injected it with syringe and then melted it back into place or something.
Yeah, they're in red Solo cups. You could almost say Sheila's not invited to the barbecue. Anyways,
just a light case of bioterrorism.
Just a sprinkle, a little spritz of bioterrorism. But for those who don't know, salmonella can take up to 3 days to activate, and it's common enough that one of the guys that got it, I've got his name right here actually.
These poisonings would have been. Yeah, these poisonings would have been uncorrelated, I'm guessing, at the beginning. Like, people thought, oh, yeah, like, I'm sure they would have said, like, it's the new Chinese restaurant in town.
Yeah.
I'm sure these guys would have come up with some racialized explanation for their...
or they're like, gosh, I guess I undercooked the chicken or whatever. So, yeah, so this guy, Mike Sullivan, I was listening to him speak, and I don't remember exactly what he did. He was some city official, but he said that he started suddenly... a couple days after that, and he didn't even draw the connection immediately. He only knew this later when this stuff came out in court and they were testifying against each other. Or at least the Rajneesh, the higher-ups, were testifying against each other. He described how, at some point, he just started vomiting and sweating, and his entire body ached. And at first, he was just like, oh, I'm just going to drink water and sit through it. But his wife, smartly, in hindsight, was like, no, this is bad, and, we should take you to the hospital. So he goes, and the doctors tell him, they're like, you've lost so much fluid. If you didn't come here, you probably would have been dead in, 24 hours. And he was like, oh, my God. But then, he recovers and he moves on, only to find out way later things were not what they appeared to be. So they do this multiple times. It is funny. I think with Mike Sullivan, so at some point, he gets sick. And this is one of those moments where you're like, yeah, maybe she's not as cunning as I thought. He gets a call from he gets a call from Sheila. This is like as he's getting sick, and she's like, oh, I heard you were poisoned. I mean, you're sick or whatever. Yeah, I heard you're not feeling well. And he remember, and it's funny, he recalled, he's like, I feel like such an idiot in hindsight. He's like, I didn't recall telling her that I felt bad.
Oh my God. That could have been the moment in the detective movie where a fucking Columbo is just like, wait, just one more question, Miss Sheila. When did I tell you that I was sick?
Yeah, exactly. So they do this, Sheila and Pooja do this a handful more times. And eventually, Sheila recognizes, like I said, they were kind of getting a feel for it. She's like, oh, this might be the ticket. This might be the move. And so she conspires with Pooja to poison the water system. And by the way, this isn't the only attempt. This isn't the only approach they had to the water supply. At some points, they theorized that they should grind or throw, I'm not even kidding you, beavers into a blender and pour the liquid beaver.
And God, the greatest episode of Will It Blend never produced.
And they did the same thing with rats.
They must have had a lot of beaver corpses just
Yeah,
lying
you know what the
around.
funny thing is? They didn't elaborate on that. And I was like, why the fuck beavers? They have a medical facility with rats, full of rats, but which they also tried that. Because the thing is, there was kind of a mesh screen over the water supply that was really hard to get into. And so that's why they were like, just blend it. So you can just pour it on. It'll be like a coffee filter and just liquid beaver rat. Little funny.
Thinking outside the beaver.
Yeah, but they literally, they're like, well, I guess we can't do that plant because we don't have enough beavers. We don't have enough rats.
I'm surprised that's the issue. I mean, normally it just, from the little bit I know of like medieval sieges and stuff, like if you get one body in the well, like that's
well, maybe
it, you know.
Maybe they should have set up a trebuchet and just launched a dead cow into it so it could break through the mesh.
Are you even fucking listening? There's a mesh. Oh, you want to use a cow? Well, no,
Yeah.
because you need plausible deniability. I feel like everybody would see a giant trebuchet launching a cow. That would make it hard to deny that you were behind it. I do think blending the beaver is probably their best bet.
Here's the thing: blending the beaver is a new slang term. Well, what does it mean? Or do you plead the Fifth Amendment on that one?
Jesus Christ. Okay, so they come up with these crackpot schemes to poison the town's water supply. I think they are imagining on some level that they're just trying to make people and problems go away, right? They're just thinking to themselves like, okay, we have the supply of salmonella. If any local official is giving us a tough time, if the election board is, giving us issues, we can poison them in a way where they don't know it's us, and they'll just be so run down from the illness that they will miss the paperwork required to stop us. Is that basically the idea?
Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, as goofy as it sounds, there is a logic to what they're doing that I understand, because it is a compelling question. So Sheila's plan ultimately is to poison the water supply, but she runs into another issue. I mentioned previously that they had the incubator, and so they did, to an extent, have a limitless supply of salmonella. The issue is, in order to actually poison the entire population of this town, they just couldn't. You needed so much salmonella that it was just like, okay, well, I guess we'll be able to do this in fucking 5 or 10 years. So that's not a reasonable plan either. So, and this might be a pretty crazy concept for some people, their next target was a prehistoric, pre-COVID phenomenon called buffets.
What?
I said their next idea was a prehistoric, pre-COVID phenomenon called a buffet.
A buffet.
A buffet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're gonna fuck with the buffet.
Well, that's the thing is, so like they were able to basically make this like kind of murky, gross, dark liquid, and that was the vector for the salmonella. That's how they could deliver it. But what they would do is you didn't need much. So, and by the way, for context, it wasn't just Ma, Anand, Sheila, and Pooja. There were like 10 other like underlings that were actually doing the goons that were executing this. So
they're the equivalent of the bagmen, right? Like the people that would actually like get caught in the act, like the motherfuckers like failing to pick the locks in the Watergate break-in, like that one of guy.
Yeah, they're the guys with the balaclavas on, wearing a black and white striped shirt, like a mime. So what they decide is, okay, well, let's just take a little tiny bit of this liquid and go to salad bars and just kind of get a little bit on there and do it discreetly, just do a little bit. You don't want to get caught. But then again, even if you did get caught, they'd be like, why are you putting that vanilla extract on that lettuce? And you could just be like, I have diabetes. I don't know. And you could just, I don't know.
They're like, this is how we target Americans. We go after the all-you-can-eat buffets. It's very smart. And the blame will redound to whatever poor bastard immigrant happens to be running this already heavily exploited buffet.
Yeah.
They'll be like, can you believe that new Vietnamese couple who opened this place have already, anyway.
Sick.
Devious. Very devious.
Gave me salmonella. But so the plan ended up being, well, it succeeded in one thing, and that was infecting a lot of people. Over 700 people contracted salmonella, and unfortunately, some of them died too. because I think that there were like some young
No
issues.
shit. I mean, you
Yeah.
give 700 people salmonella, like,
Yeah.
it's gonna kill some people.
One of those
Jesus
people is
Christ. And all,
I mean,
and, okay, just so we're keeping this in perspective, why, like, what is motivating this? Like, why the fuck would they have such a broad camp? What is this for? Is this so they get the vote? Is this
So-
so they get the township or the police? Like, what's this for?
they specifically want the town to have local legislative power. Their issue is from the get-go, they have been attacked from all ends legally because pretty much everybody looked at them and was like, I get a bad vibe from what you're doing. So Oklahoma is going after them, like the federal government, the locals, and they have no power to actually, they have no authority. And so by taking over the legislation of this town, it pushes them one step closer to actually being able to run their ashram independently without intervention and without suspicion. So even though that spread of salmonella was pretty devastating to the community from a health perspective, almost immediately they kind of looked around and was like, we can't prove it, but that wasn't a fucking coincidence. Like, there is no way what just happened was an accident. And also the Rajneesh were campaigning hard. And so that event had the opposite of its intended effect. Suddenly every member, people were crawling out from underneath rocks to be like, I'm voting today, not in my goddamn town. You're not giving us salmonella. And they end up
They've now radicalized the Midwesterners.
They've now made a real personal enemy of all these people, and they show up, and the Rajneesh get their asses handed to them in the election. Another thing that's important to note is there were 2,000 permanent residents at the Rajneesh prom, but the issue is only like between 200 and 300 of them were American citizens anyways. And so they tried to fix that by encouraging their followers to marry Americans, but it just wasn't working. You know, you can only do so much. And so they end up just getting their asses handed to them in that election. Now, here's an interesting point. Shortly after that, this is like 1984. Shortly after that, Ma Anand Sheila, Pooja, and the 10 other people that were following her mysteriously just leave. They go back to India, and people would kind of notice her absence because at this point she was doing public addresses in like almost papal robes, like these flowing red robes. She had a diamond medallion. People knew Sheila. Well, they didn't know her. People saw her. She was an authority figure, and suddenly it'd be like if you're in school. And you show up every single day to class, and you show up one day and your teacher's not there. And you're all just sitting in the room and you're like, what? What's going on? You know, that's kind of their reaction. And suddenly, after about 2 years of being a recluse, Osho comes back out. Now, Osho, God damn it. Forklift man. No, Osho, Bhagwan.
Osho,
Mr. Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, comes out again. And he doesn't just come out of his solitude to just chit-chat or do a sermon. He comes out hard against Ma Anand Sheila. His exact words were something along the lines of like, you know what? Things have been changing. And he doesn't address her directly, but he comes out and says like, hey, I will not allow this place to become a fascist authoritarian dictatorship. I am taking back the reins.
That's a bit of a subtweet, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're like making direct eye contact with someone. You've already noticed that there's an employee named Nurse Mangala or whatever. And then you go up on stage and you have to, if you get to the point where you have to explicitly say, I do not want a Nazi organization created in my name, there's a good chance that you have spent way too long chasing the dragon, and this whole guru thing is starting to get away from you organizationally. Yeah. Like you're no longer, as they say, inside the decision curve on the org chart. They have put you in a position of like Kim Jong-un or, you know, Louis the 16th or something, where you're enmeshed in like a private bubble, your own little Versailles. And it's very fun. It's very cool to be Emperor Hirohito in Japan, you know, taking your tea ceremony every morning and strolling through your perfectly manicured gardens as poets and artists amuse you. And meanwhile, like, you know, the fucking rape of Nanking is going on. And so I can just imagine Osho like coming down off this cloud And like, I'm sure he found out about the salmonella thing.
Oh,
And
yeah.
was like, we are not going to become known in America as bioterrorists. The CIA and American FBI already have a file on me that is thicker than my head. Please fucking stop.
Well, that's the thing, is like something that I've continued to ask myself throughout this process, and I don't really have a definitive conclusion on it, even though I do lean more in one direction than the other, is, and I'm sure the audience is thinking this, how involved is Osho? Like, how involved is Bhagwan? And because there are kind of two stances, and we'll address this near the end of the podcast, but there's kind of two stances you can take, which is either he didn't know the specific details, which means that, I mean, let's be honest, it means he probably knew something weird was happening and deliberately chose to ignore it. The other one is that he knew and allowed it. I guess the third option is that he knew and was an active participant in it, which is an allegation that Sheila will later levy towards him. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Osho is now
all these people in a scramble to throw each other under the bus.
Oh, yeah. Which is weird because Ma Sheila still insists to this day that she loves and adores Bhagwan and his memory and that he's a wonderful man. And it's weird because I almost kind of think she means I don't even think she's lying. But anyways, now I don't remember how long ago we mentioned this, but I'll just restate it. At this point in time, Osho is pretty much 50 years old, but he's a hard 50. Like, you look at him and he looks to be 2 decades older than that. And part of the reason why is his addiction to nitrous oxide and Valium. It's not helping. Also, he had a prolapsed disc in his back. He had asthma, allergies. He had a lot of physical afflictions. And also, he is being attacked from all ends by the government of Oregon and the immigration and naturalization services. You know, it takes a toll on him. But suddenly, he doesn't have a Sheila.
Nowadays, the Oregon INS only goes after Arab college students, so the times have changed. There was a series of recent headlines about the university where they have been forced, I suppose, to turn over these international students to, you know, the ICE goon gangs that are currently kicking in everybody's doors right now. So that's a dimension of society. But at least, you know, back in the day, INS concerned itself with, like, you know, people who had brought hundreds of complete freaks to Oregon. I mean, I say that in a non-judgmental way, but objectively freaks. I mean, people that are living
She was a bit of a
very extreme lifestyles from the perspective of the state. And not only are they out there doing their hippie utopian colony, they're also doing large-scale domestic terrorism and recruiting homeless people. So to the extent that the government can be afraid of something, they would be well within their rights to be afraid of Osho and his group here. Not sticking up for the government or anything, but like, I mean, Jesus, if you were the FBI guy for Oregon, you would only be doing your job. Keeping an eye on these motherfuckers.
And also, as previously mentioned, this is like 5 years after Jonestown. And so, like, which was on national headlines, and people had not forgotten about it yet. Because when Jonestown happened, something like 900 people died. Like, the world had never seen something like that in media. It was totally new. It was like Ed Gein, where people were just like, that's a thing that exists. Like, that's a thing that happens. And they weren't ready to let it happen again. Like, they were not interested. It's kind of like people up in TSA after 9/11. They are up in the cult watch after Jonestown. But so Bhagwan has found himself in the position of, you know, he still had a secretary, but I'm going to quit listing characters from this point on because we listed the most interesting ones. He brings in some Sinayans and they still help run the day to day, but he recognizes that unfortunately, if he wants this life that he has, which he does, he has to be the face of it, and he has to be out there, and he has to remind people that he's Bhagwan, he's the God man, he is relevant. But unfortunately, like I said, he's doing battle with the Immigration and Naturalization Services. So he and his team come up with a bright idea. They're like, yeah, sure, we've been anti-religion this whole time because, it's dogma and, it alienates you from true spirituality. But being in charge of a religion also will allow me to stay in the United States longer. So he starts doing these sermons where he's like, it's more like, Religion is the death of spirituality. We are not a religion. We are religious. And that's the term he starts using. It's kind of like when people are like, it's not a religion, it's a relationship. He's like, no, it's not a religion. I mean, it is in the legal sense, so I can stay here, but it's not a religion. We're just religious. And it's a religious approach to the world. That just stood out to me as fun.
This is actually a move that's very common when you have spiritual communities. There are spiritual. I'm not just talking out of my ass here. There are spiritual communities that are active now, for instance, that have legally, incorporated themselves as a religion. And the guidelines that they're required to list like their religious creed, and they'll list like 800 different things that are all completely contradictory, because they're essentially saying like anybody can join this. You can believe in God, you can not believe in God, you can be Muslim, you can be Hindu, you can be a Buddhist, you can be a scientific materialist. Like our quote unquote religion is more about people coming together and like making art and doing drugs than it is about following a particular guy, reading a particular book, or going through some game of life, first, second, third degree initiation thing. None of this is a fish, but at the same time, we want tax exempt status.
Yep.
And if we want to use plant medicine, we want to be left the fuck alone to do that.
Mm. Yeah. Well, and he does some things to kind of like push that. For example, Osho has never printed his Osho Bible up until this point, but it kind of occurs to him. And by the way, you know what? I'm not even going to be cynical about this one. I think that this is actually something that he thought was important. He decided to sit down, and Osho didn't personally write. I'm sure he was perfectly fine at writing. He was very educated, but he didn't like to. Instead, he preferred to dictate, and people would write down for him. So he decides to make, and I don't remember the exact name, but he makes basically the Bible of Osho. And I've read a little bit of it, and I've been looking into it. To his credit, it's a lot more coherent than what like you and I were just talking about. He actually
Can I get a name and date on this particular thing?
1 second, audience. I'm consulting my memory. I'm thinking really hard right now.
He's holding up his phone.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm thinking. This is my thinking rectangle that I look at.
Oh, this is good. Look, we cite sources on this fucking show. Okay.
Here's the thing. I'm actually right. I was saying it kind of uncertainly. It's literally just called the Rajneesh Bible.
It's called the Rajneesh Bible. Okay.
Rajneesh Bible, and this is about 1983, 1984. Like I said, the events of Rajneesh Prom. It's funny because there's so much written about it, and it's so interesting, and so much happens in the span of like 4 or 5 years. Like this is basically freshman to senior high school. All this shit happens. Maybe plus like a second year because you have to you're super senior. I don't know. But moving on. So he dictates his Bible, and well, I have a question for you, Will. Do you want to talk about the theology of Osho at all, or do you want to keep on the timeline?
Yes. No, I do. I do actually want to talk about what Osho believes, and I do want to actually like weigh in on Osho's belief system, because this is a philosophy podcast and we can discuss such matters. So if Osho actually has any systematic beliefs or any clearly defined beliefs, then I am curious about them.
Yeah, so it's a lot of it's related to honestly mostly like Buddhism and like existentialism. So the big thing that he talked about is, this sense of oneness, which, a lot of people talk about this, but it was important to him. The idea that like life doesn't have a beginning and end, and there really isn't such thing. I mean, there is, and paradoxically isn't such thing as an individual, because at the end of the day, we are all a reflection of something way bigger. We're all like almost kind of like when, because like I said, he borrows from everything. From my understanding in Hinduism, you have Brahma, and, sure, Hinduism has like millions of gods or whatever, but it's because ultimately everything in existence is Brahma experiencing itself and, examining that. And so that clearly influenced him a bit. Another thing that influenced him a lot was I don't know how to phrase it. I guess just like eliminating the ego and the mind, because then he gets a little Freudian with it. He starts talking about how the separate facilities of our mind and how they function and how they produce within us a false sense of permanency and of individuality. Because something he talked about a lot is that part of the reason why there is no you is because you change. I was actually listening to this sermon from him while I was shitting in the bathroom before you and I met. It was pretty inspiring.
So your body was changing.
My body was changing. My intestinal tract was changing.
Right.
By the way, that's honestly no diss on it.
You were separating self from excrement, one of the primordial Freudian categories. Dude, I read this book called The Denial of Death by Ernest Becker, and I could not fucking believe how much of that book was about the anxiety of taking a shit, and about how much of the book was dealing with like the psychological trauma that is created when you realize that the person you love, you know, the little angel in your mind, you know, whether it's a caregiver or a romantic partner or a sibling, like whoever it is that you fucking idolize, yeah, they have an asshole and they shit out shit. And there's a part of everyone's mind that rebels against this fact.
No, that's true.
Ernest Becker, who is like a very well reputed, like this is a very famous book and does deserve to be read. But I could not fucking believe how much of this book was about excrement.
I'm going to be honest.
Anyway, moving on.
In times past, in a land long, long ago, when I've thought about my beautiful sweethearts just absolutely Jackson Pollocking the toilet, it hasn't I don't care. Like, I think that guy might just be on the spectrum, respectfully. If he's thinking about like his wife shitting that much, this actually is doctrinaire, like Freudian psychology, like the anal phase and Adler and all of that shit. When you're an angry little baby,
yeah, and you have to you're deciding about you're fighting for control. Is the Freudian or the developmental tack with this is you've gone from shitting whenever you want to having to be toilet trained, which means that you have to have this like internal wrestling match between the desire to shit right now and then, you know, holding on to it for later. And then some babies discover or toddlers discover that when they sit on the toilet, suddenly they don't want to poop anymore. And this can become an entire fucking psychological complex.
Honestly, I changed my mind.
This is not my speciality, but
the developmental psychology of shitting.
I am pretty well read in developmental psychology, but the shitting aspect, I've only done the preliminaries. Let's say.
Yeah. Well, maybe you'll get a degree in it later. Actually, can I tell a story real quick that kind of connects to that?
Is it about you learning to use the toilet?
It's the opposite. It's about me rebelling against the porcelain shackles they put on me.
Okay, shit, Lord, yeah, let's hear it.
So, apparently my mom told me this story. I was way too young to remember, but honestly, maybe there is something to what that guy was talking about. Because apparently
this was going on the internet forever, just so you understand.
I don't care. I was a fucking baby. Get over it. Who cares? Wow.
I am over it.
Wow, I wasn't birthed potty trained. I wasn't body trained either. I had to figure that out too. But so apparently,
was the nipple.
According to I thought we were all just Wait, does not everyone just have a cloaca like I do? Anyways, when you get 2 holes, what the hell? You freak.
The late diagnosis, my friend the reptilian.
Yeah, diagnosed bird ass. But no, So according to my mom, when I was a kid, like I said, I'd post this. I don't care. This is not even slightly embarrassing to me. When I was getting potty trained, apparently I was just a real a-hole about it. Like I just wasn't down. I was like, keep me diped up. Like this rocks. I've got freedom. I can do whatever I want. My mom told me that one time she caught me. I don't know how. I was like, to be fair, I was of normal age for these kinds of behaviors, but my mom caught me opening the drawer and trying to put a diaper on myself. And so my mom was like, Richard, if you're old enough to put a diaper on yourself, you're old enough to get potty trained. It's probably like 1 or 2 or something. Oh no, I think probably like 2 or 3. Whatever the ages we learn.
Motherfucker.
Well, I was like, guess what? Yeah. Don't care.
Okay.
I'm not paying for them.
All right, so Bhagwan, we can't say
we're talking about
whether or not. Well, first,
I have one last thing to say about his theology.
Salmonella. Yeah, okay, whatever, fine. Theology. So he believes mainline Hinduism,
The last thing that
all living beings are a representation of Brahma. That in all things there is divinity, including people as well as, animals and plants are sort of in the chain of reincarnation too. That the conventional notion of the self as something that has a personality, has a gender, has preferences, has habits, that is like a sheath or a covering over the deeper field of energy and consciousness.
it's nothing but
these
an
are all
idea.
pretty familiar.
Yeah.
These are
By the way,
pretty
it's
familiar ideas.
yeah, it's all going to be familiar. Because like I said, he just kind of like, and to be fair, he would, if you asked him, he'd be open about it. Like he didn't claim to be generating knowledge out of nothing. It's more like he talked about how he picks the truths out of certain beliefs and ignores what he would probably describe as the baggage beyond it, the stuff that's unnecessary. Now, the last of two things I'm going to bring up regarding his theology is one, and apparently this is fairly common in different belief systems, but the master-student relationship. He, according to him, and it's no wonder because it certainly did wonders for his life, the master-student relationship was an absolutely necessary part of achieving enlightenment. Because what you do is you find an already enlightened master, and when you two engage in discussion and form a connection, the way that he described it, you became one soul in that moment, not permanently. But just during those conversations, you have a spiritual union that allows people to experience these flickers of enlightenment. And it's kind of like almost giving them a little, like you're leaving down colored stones down a forest trail for them to follow. So it just gives them some sense of direction. Now, this is the part where I'll give you some voting power, Will. Do you want to hear the 10 Commandments of Rajneesh, or do you want to move on to the timeline?
Yeah, if you got them, read them.
I've got them up on Wikipedia right now. Oh, I mean my memory bank. Anyways. Because I'm not going to memorize all 10 of these.
I was once reading a Substack article posted by a cranky historian, and he was complaining about other history Substacks, and he described them as reheated Wikipedia. And that is kind of what a lot of history writing is at this point, is literally just some guy who was like, I decided to look up the French Revolution on Wikipedia, and you're like, fuck, here we go. Yep. Here's going to be some of the least original, least interesting shit you've ever heard.
By the way, speaking of that, I remember when I was a freshman, I stopped doing this pretty quickly, but when I was a freshman in college as a history major, won't say where, I remember my school did not prepare me to be a great writer at the time. I ended up developing some rudimentary to the point where I could get an A or a B, like not anything that could get published, but I ended up figuring it out. But I remember I would just go on Wikipedia and I would write what I read or read, and me literate. I would pull up Wikipedia and I would just write down from that. But the thing is, Wikipedia has its own sources. So in my bibliography, it'd be like, I read 11 different books in the past week to figure this out. I just coincidentally found this little thing in it. I definitely didn't just copy the citation list from Wikipedia. And turn it into the Chicago format.
Copying Wikipedia's citations. Yeah. Oh God, what a fucking novelty.
Rephrased it. Anyways, you're listening to
there are hold on. First of all, just to show you where the standards are at, this is a call out. You're being called out. There are college and graduate students listening to this who have recently completed an entire project using AI, and they think that they won't be caught. And maybe they won't. But I urge you, if you are listening to this and you make AI write your research paper, why don't you just give your degree to ChatGPT and fuck off?
Yeah.
Because, guys, you're given college as a chance in life to truly cultivate your mind. You are given 4 fucking years where all you really have to do is read and write and think. And you get to do all this other fun shit too, like drugs and sex and little adventures where you go to different countries. And it's like this little time when you're supposed to cultivate yourself as a person and find out what's actually in Shakespeare. And if you are fucking blowing that on ChatGPT, I'm sorry, but you need a little tough love. You need to fucking stop. Anyway, back to you, Richard.
Well, luckily for me, I didn't have ChatGPT at the time. That wasn't even a thing that existed. But yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. Well, no, it actually wouldn't. Because here's the thing. is like I have gone to schools after that, like ChatGPT was a thing. And here's the thing, the second ChatGPT existed, there were like alternative AIs that could just detect. Are any of you using Canvas right now? It is a built-in AI tracker that's pretty good at figuring out if a human or an AI wrote something. So I agree with Will. If you are, and this probably goes, most college students should know this now, like, but this is almost going out more sort of like high schoolers or whatever. Like, if you don't use ChatGPT to write an essay, at most, it can be pretty useful at light editing. Like, light editing is fine, but like, yeah, no, don't generate anything with it because you're just
There
so
are
straight.
uses, legitimate research uses for AI, summarizing books or listing sources that run from a different range of opinions. I've used LLMs for that before, to basically give me source overviews, to tell me about books, some of which don't exist, by the way. But I've been able to discover human information through LLMs, not rely on information produced by LLMs. There's a huge difference.
Massive.
Okay, anyway.
Yeah, well, let's get back to it. So Bhagwan is forming an audience. You can't see this. I'm doing huge quotations with my fingers, not religion. And the INS is the Immigration and Naturalization Services are really getting on him. Now, I see why he did this, but he made a big mistake because when he came out and he started condemning Sheila, he addressed that he didn't say anything specific. Well, actually, I guess he did. He talked about at some point how she was wiretapping his own room and other people's rooms. He talked about how she had bad intentions, and he kind of needed to address it. But the unintended side effect that affected him was that gave the state government and federal government the exact excuse it needed to finally swoop in and investigate in a way that is lawful. So they end up coming in and they start exploring and they look around and they find a shit ton of guns, but outside of the guns and stuff.
that's always when you know you're fucked, is like,
Yeah.
if they're executing the search warrant and they find like a closet full of shotguns, you're like, okay, someone's going to jail.
Yeah. And all this stuff put together, they were able to arrest Bhagwan. And even though Sheila's long
the album
gone,
art.
yeah, even though Sheila's long gone, she does end up getting arrested in like Germany and somewhere else, and she gets sent back. And that's why why she's able to testify. Now, the reason why I've waited until now to say this is because a lot of this information is purely alleged. Not that I'm worried about the fallout of talking about these things, but I say that to express that I genuinely can't tell you what the objective truth is. Honestly, nobody can, other than Bhagwan and Sheila, and maybe some other people there. But like, everybody starts testifying, and I'm just going to list some of the allegations here. Sheila alleges that Osho was not ignorant to the plot. In fact, she at some point mentioned that she and Osho had a private conversation, and Osho said, the Rajneesh need to stay in America, and by any means necessary. And if that means that killing becomes necessary, then that is an acceptable way for us to stay here. Now, whether that's true or not, you could look at it two ways.
Let me run that again through my head. So Sheila, right, is testifying in front of some, in court, or two investigators, government investigators. And she is alleging that Osho is ready for violence, that he is the Indian Malcolm X or something. I don't know.
It's not even that he's planning violence. He's basically giving Sheila permission. Although I will say, the things I'm going to talk about, all I'm going to talk about is just the allegations. Some of it happened on record. Some of it happened during interviews with journalists. So not all of this is one court case. But like I said, I'm just going to focus more on things.
So Osho must be pissed because Sheila is going out officially and saying like, yeah, the mass poisoning, the encounter groups where we beat people with sticks. Osho's fine with all that. Yeah.
Now, so she talks about how Osho was, in her words, or I guess from her perspective, was not some doe-eyed, innocent little man. Even though he wasn't directly involved in the planning of the conspiracy, he greenlighted it. Now, from Osho's perspective, the way that he puts it is that, I was basically under house arrest. And this part's actually true. Well, I'm not going to say it's true, but many people in Osho's inner circle corroborated this. Sheila cut him off from everybody. When he went back into his house with all of his physical ailments, Sheila forbade anybody from talking to Osho. And Osho will admit this. Osho did say, what Sheila says is my word. Because Sheila hadn't really shown what she was going to become yet. At this point, when he gave her that permission, she was mostly just actually kind of a shrewd cult manager. She got a lot of stuff right. So I can understand why he would basically make her the conservator of his cult estate, so to speak, while he's
You gotta put somebody in charge, right?
Yeah.
She had shown, loyal, smart, competent, determined.
Yeah.
Most of the traits you look for in a lieutenant. So probably a rational decision to leave her in charge.
And
the lack of oversight is troubling. We'll get to that.
Maybe he should have left Laxmi in charge, but who knows what she would have become. So, we've talked about this before, power corrupts, but yeah, so
Standing for Lakshmi.
I'm not even standing for Laxmi. Laxmi definitely seems more reasonable than Sheila to an extent, or at least less malicious. But then again, who knows what she would have done if provided with the same conundrums that Sheila had and the same power that Sheila had. Like, they didn't need to do this stuff in the Pune ashram, because they were still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. They thought that they were going to go to America and nail it. To her credit. Alrighty. So, our intrepid, bearded, cute little hero, Osho, at this point, unfortunately, I probably shouldn't give my opinion on that. Fortunately and unfortunately, depending on what side you are on, is now imprisoned. So, in the ensuing court cases, there are a bunch of convictions, not convictions, there are a bunch of crimes levied against Osho. And I think that an issue that both Osho and the government had was neither of them wanted this to last that long. They just wanted the problem to go away. At this point, to give the listeners some context, I kind of got the impression that Osho was kind of sick of being in Rajneeshpuram. He was sick of the attacks. He was sick of the war. He was already tired because of where he was at physically. And he is just a man who's kind of not defeated, but exhausted. And so he ends up engaging in what's called an Alfred plea. Now, for those of you who don't know, an Alfred plea is basically an acknowledgement that you're going to have a guilty verdict. Like, you are effectively responsible for the crime while also pleading your innocence. It's kind of paradoxical, but the idea is basically just being like, you got me. Let's just fucking figure this out outside of court. And so the agreement that he and the government end up coming to is he has to pay the U.S. government $400,000. By the way, almost all of the crimes associated with him are related to immigration. A surprising number of them, given all the things that happened. They didn't give him the Manson treatment, but so he ended up paying $400,000 to the government, and he agreed to leave the United States for 5 years. Kind of with the caveat of don't come back. There have been enough problems here.
I wonder how it feels to be kicked out of two countries, right? Like, you get kicked out of one country and you're like, well, fuck those guys. What do those guys know? Then you set up shop in your next country and they're like, yeah, you need to fuck off as well. At this point, you probably are telling yourself a story about how you're too radical and conscious and enlightened for these systems of oppression and control, rather than just dealing with the regular cause and effect shit of, if you create a giant ball of catastrophically stupid human behavior and it has your name on it, you are going to be shown the door.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny you mentioned getting kicked out of 2 countries, because very shortly after this, after he leaves America, Osho is going to be kicked out of a dozen countries. Now, it's funny because I decided to make a list.
It always ends with the L. Ron Hubbard solution, which is I'm just going to live in international waters and dodge taxes for the rest of my life.
Funny enough, Osho actually has sort of a unique retirement. So Osho, after he leaves America, or Bhagwan, decides to go back to the Pune ashram, which at this point is still a thing. It's still doing all right to an extent. But I think a little piece of him thinks I already experienced the Pune ashram. I already experienced Rajneeshpuram. Maybe I can do it right this time. Maybe I can figure something out. Or at the very least, go back to what it was like in Bombay, in Bombay, where I'm just in apartments preaching to people, to their face. Maybe it could be like that again. Now, granted, with way more money and control, but something easier to manage. So, where is it? Here we go. Now, I'm going to just list off some countries here. And audience members, I'd like you to know that for each one of these countries, his plane either immediately got surrounded by their local authorities, or he was permitted to live in a hotel for like 2 weeks before he fucked off. He went to...
These are all the Osho-proof nations.
Yep. So after the Pune ashram, he flew to Nepal. He got kicked out. He flew to Greece. He got kicked out. He flew to Switzerland, Sweden, England, Canada, Spain, Senegal, Brazil, Uruguay, Jamaica. And after Jamaica, he was like, I'm fucking done. So he tried every single one of those places.
You gotta call it a day.
And by the way,
call it a day eventually.
That was just me listing the countries he got kicked out of. He visited a handful of those twice, and they just kicked him out twice. He's just raw dogging.
So where did he end up? Like, what was his final spot?
So he ended up back in the Pune ashram, and which is weird because I couldn't find out.
You said
yeah.
that.
Well, no, he ended up. Well, here's the thing: he ended up there and then left and then went back because at a certain point, it kind of clicked, and it was just. I don't even know if his ambition went down, but like I said, I can't overstate at this point how exhausted like Bhagwan is. He is a man who is. By the way, at his last point, stopping back at Pune ashram, the place that he'll still leave to places that invite him and do some talks, but that's just kind of his base of operations for a long time. He goes back to Mumbai as well. I'm sorry, Bombay. I'm just going to keep fucking that up. But he's basically retired. His glory days are kind of over. And by the time he's gone through all those countries and come back, it's now 1987. It is 3 years away from his eventual passing. And that kind of gives you some context on where he's at. So we'll get to that.
Sorry, there's just crazy dog shit going on in the background on Mike. Here we go. So I had this lucid dream this morning where I woke up and in the dream and there was this little kid in front of me, and it reminded me of situations that I've been in as a teacher where you have a kid who's like very excited to tell you something or to ask you a question. Like this kid walks up to me. He has a very haunted, like scared look in his eye. And he goes, "Do you feel scared right now?" And if I wasn't completely lucid, I would have been like, "Fuck yeah, I do." I'm having like
I am.
dream where, yeah, right. But I was just like, okay, look, this is just a message from my unconscious. I'm like, okay, let's see what he says. And he says, "Do you feel afraid right now?" And I said, "To be honest, no, not really." And the kid goes, "Well, that's only because you haven't met our principal yet." And I said, "Who's your principal?" And the kid kind of gets that look in his eye like he's thinking of what he's going to say next. And he goes, "The principal's name at this school is Mrs. Crucifix Show." And I just remember thinking like, okay, I'm having like a James Joyce, like Catholic childhood guilt moment where they're like, and I just remember bursting out laughing because Mrs. Crucifix Show is like a Thomas Pynchon name. Like there's a Nazi doctor in the Pynchon novel, The Crying of Lot 49, named Dr. Hilarious, but it's spelled Arius. Yeah, it's fucking, yeah, it was an interesting dream. Okay, anyway, back to wrap this shit up with Osho. Like, what happens to him, you know? What's it like for him in prison?
So Osho,
like,
he doesn't.
Like, does he earn respect on the yard? Does he convert the other prisoners?
He didn't talk about it that much, to be honest. Like, what he did talk about. So his physical health declines rapidly after he leaves jail, and he actually there is a reason that he says why, and it's kind of interesting. Let me get the specific chemicals that he brings up. There we go. So Osho alleges that while in prison, he was given, this one's a little sillier, he was given a radioactive mattress because half of his body ended up feeling incredibly crippled afterwards because he slept on his side. And he also claims that they were sneaking thallium, a poison, into his food. Now, here's the thing, is there are totally rational reasons why Osho might be physically feeling like shit. First of all, the afflictions that we've already mentioned there's also, and this is pure speculation that he contracted HIV and was not treating it. But that is pure speculation. The other one is, who knows? Maybe he was poisoned in prison, because that kind of sounds like something that would have been going on in the 70s and 80s for people that were as high profile as him.
Yeah, this would be a separate podcast episode, but I do believe that Jack Ruby, who was the guy that shot Oswald, was poisoned in prison by them, the spooks, the three letters, and so forth. But nonetheless, I think it's hilarious that he said he had a radioactive mattress. And it's like, no, dude, that's just the first time in your life you've had to sleep on a mattress that isn't woven from fucking unicorn hair and goose feathers. Like this is the first time in 40 years that you've had to sleep on a shitty mattress. And that's why you're like, oh yeah, it's made out of fucking polonium. And it's like, no, dude, it's a shitty prison mattress. The reason it fucks up your back is it fucks up everyone's back.
Yeah. You're like, oh, my shoulder hurts after I sleep on my side in a shitty, piss-stained mattress. Must be radioactive. But anyways, you mentioned wrapping it up. There's not a whole lot to say from here. In like 1987 to 1990 when he died, I'll say this. The focus of his lectures changed significantly. He kind of stopped. I mean, the Rajneesh belief system was still a thing, but he kind of refocused it into almost a more authentic direction. Not that it was that inauthentic, because like I said, there's something to it. It's impacted a lot of people's lives positively, so there's that. But he ends up focusing a lot more near the end of his life on Buddhism and anarchism, and specifically the harmfulness of authority when it comes to anarchism. And I don't know if this is what was going through his mind, but a part of me would like to think that like maybe he actually sincerely regretted how things turned out in Rajneesh Param. That's simply wishful thinking on my end, but he did seem, things changed, and at a certain point, he almost did settle for what he had, because I think he just lost that ambition to an extent. I think that he was a tired, not really old, 50's not that old, but like he was physically older than 50 base at this point. But eventually, the last year of his life is very physically unpleasant, and in January 1990, he ends up passing away. And I actually kind of liked what his tombstone said. His tombstone stated, "Never born, never died, only visited this planet Earth between December 11th, 1931 and January 19th, 1990. And,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that's straight out of the Bhagavad Gita. The self is not born, it does not die, it does not come into existence, it does not come out of existence. This is classic. Read the Upanishads, people. Read the Bhagavad Gita. This will all, I don't want to say make sense, but it will certainly give you an idea what Bhagwan here was working with.
Now,
extension, what you, Bhagwan Richard, are working with. So let's do the post-mortem on this guy. Spiritual teacher, fraud, dilettante, hedonist, pseudo-intellectual, mystic. What? Yeah.
Well, I was actually going to ask just that thing is, before I answer, what's your impression of Bhagwan? Unless you'd like to say your second.
My impression of Bhagwan is that he specialized in showing up for people in a way that they would come to regard him as a spiritual authority. And it was a very conscious strategy. Like when you started out the beginning and you were talking about he is, styling himself as a holy man. He is traveling all over the country, having these conversations with people. There are ways that people present themselves socially in order to get a certain response. I mean, we all know this. When you're at work, you present, I hope, yourself as professional, right? I'm a serious person. I can do the job. I even have the clothes and the notebook that goes along with it. But when you're on a date, you present yourself as, I'm funny and interesting and very good at sex if you care. And then, and so on. And you go through all these different, social metamorphoses. And I think the role that Bhagwan carved out for himself is, I'm the guy that's really good at explaining fundamental reality to people. And this is in philosophy, this is something that sets off alarm bells, because you're not just supposed to have someone explain the nature of reality to you. You are supposed to go forth in a cloud of unknowing. You're supposed to have doubt. You're supposed to examine and question the things that you're being told. You're supposed to remember that no matter who tells you something, they're just a flawed, cracked vessel, and so on and so on. And what it seemed like Osho was doing, that I take a little bit of umbrage with, is that he was cultivating an uncritical attitude in people. He was trying to attract and influence people in a way where he could just say something and it would just bypass all of the mental airlocks that people have in place. And frankly, like, a lot of Osho's teachings are really uninspired. They are
Agreed.
really clearly derived from what you could call the standard fare of spirituality, at least for Indian religion and so forth. I don't want to diminish that, because the standard fare of Indian spirituality is astonishing and fascinating, and I think everyone should at least have a little bit of firsthand experience with it. But there's a huge difference between telling somebody, like, you can figure this out on your own with a library card and a copy of, the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, and telling someone, you can only figure this out through me, through my organization, through my understanding, my interpretation. You have to come and stand in my light. And I think that is a trait that I am disgusted by when I see it in other people, because it's a scam. It's a skin game. There are genuinely, there are, of course, a huge number of people that have spiritual attainment and have made spiritual progress, and they come from a huge variety of religious backgrounds, and they don't often announce themselves. And there's a saying that cuts across most religious traditions, that when the student is ready, the master appears. And what that really means is that when you begin to concern yourself with things that matter, you will be more attentive when people speak about them, and you will detect the presence of actual teachers. And what I have found, this is a personal statement for the record, what I have found in my life is that pretty much everyone has a very important thing to teach you if you look at them in the right way. And it is not a hierarchical thing. It is not about levels or degrees of initiation, Zen mind, beginner's mind, and so forth. But when I see people setting up organizations, when I see people setting up, frankly, corporations, like there's a documentary on Netflix right now called Breath of Fire, about a white woman in a turban who runs a yoga marketing branding empire. And
The turban's a
she
bold
has
move.
what?
I said the turban
Yeah,
is a
it
bold
really is.
move.
And
Yeah.
no, yeah, it is. And she has a sense of humor about it. She's learned to pretend to think it's funny. And she has deputized, even larger numbers of people than we were talking about. Like, she makes Osho look like a small timer when it comes to the number of people involved in the organization. The brand Yogi Tea, like, if you go to the supermarket right now
I've
and
seen
you
that.
look on shelves, you will see a brand of Yogi Tea. That company is ran by her followers, who were originally this other guy's followers, and then he died. And imagine if Sheila never got kicked out. Like, imagine if Sheila was just, anointed all the way through. And that's more or less the position she's in. And she's verbally abusive to people and has tried to use her religious teachings as a substitute for things like psychotherapy and so forth. And it's like, this grift never fucking ends. This grift never fucking ends. And my message to you, the audience, is you can figure all of this out without joining anything, without acknowledging anyone. You can really open yourself up and do it autonomously. You don't need to join one of these organizations. Anyway, that's
Yeah.
my point.
Or if you are invited to a sex cult, it's very risky. It's very dangerous. Just leave when they ask you to dig a ditch. Stick around for the fun stuff for like a summer and just dip. Just
It's all about timing,
all timing is
I want
everything.
I once had a very wise man who once told me that the secret to life is knowing when to stop. So, Richard, give us your fucking bottom line on Osho, and then we will stop
Now,
and move on to something else because goddamn.
so when it comes to Osho, I went into this explain to Will. I just wanted to have fun, and I came in with preconceived views of Osho as a pure con man and just kind of an asshole. And that hasn't completely left me, admittedly, but I do think that I have a more empathetic, well, I guess empathetic in the most literal sense possible, where I feel like I understand him a bit more. I feel like, given Osho's upbringing, Osho grew up in an environment where he learned that he had a magnetic personality, and he learned that he had a sincere interest in seeing what people would do in front of him and for him at his command. Now, I don't think that he's necessarily a textbook like psychopath or whatever, but I think that that contributed to his later life. And I think that but still, when he started going to school, back in, God, 51 or whatever, it would have been like 1949. I think that he actually did have a sincere academic interest in philosophy and religion. And I think that he had a sincere interest in exploring those things. And I think that that's kind of what started to motivate his later theology. But don't worry, this is going to get critical eventually. I'm not just blowing him. But he goes out, right, and he starts explaining to people his views on religion and his views on spirituality, and it seemed like it actually did help people, or at least people were attracted to it, because I think that's why he got a following. But that's kind of where the turn happens, is when he starts getting the following and he starts making money. Not even making money immediately, but people house him. People give him attention. He talked a lot about sexual liberation, so I'm sure he was also getting that sort of attention as well, like intimate sexual attention. And it starts to change him. And I think for him, the huge turning point was Bombay, where he was in this apartment and people were treating him like he was God. And to be fair, we talk a lot about God. He didn't see himself as God. He saw himself as enlightened. Because in his talks and his sermons, he talks about Jesus Christ. He talks about Buddha. And he talks about them as if he's their equal. And I think it's because for him, they were just, everybody is basically equal. And they were born onto this earth, but they had this element of this insight into how the universe worked and how much life it had. And so he starts believing in himself as somebody who has this, I guess you could put it as a divine perspective. But then the Pune Ashram happens. Like, the Pune Ashram happens, and the Pune Ashram is his carnival. Like, because we talked about, like, the encounter groups where people were it was like Fight Club, or there were orgies, or you had the ability to pair strangers together romantically or split apart marriages. And, he's still human. We're all still human. And I can see how a human that would just absolutely obliterate their dopamine receptors, recognizing the fact that they are the orchestrator of 30,000 yearly visitors, people that come specifically for his guidance. And that goes to his head, and he changes as a person. Like, either that, he either changes as a person, or something that was deep down already is finally realized, and he has the ability to indulge where you might not have before. And he gets these delusions of grandeur, and he's like, we need to make Pune Ashram, but somewhere else, somewhere better. Not even somewhere better. We need to make it better. We need to make a house of Bhagwan. We need to make a state of Bhagwan, which you see in every cult leader. Because the quality that every cult leader shares is, how far can I push this? Like, what can I make the little bugs in the terrarium do? And so he goes to America, and he just gets choke slammed by life.
You bumped up against the feds, yeah.
Yeah, well, and he also bumped up against his own mortality, where his health was failing. Who knows the extent of what his physical ailments were, but they were there. If you look at him, he does not look like a 50-year-old man in those later speeches. He looks like a 70 or 80-year-old. And he just hits this wall where he's simultaneously the most powerful he's ever been, and also the most vulnerable and weakest and in pain he's ever been. And then the Sheila situation happens, and he realizes that he wasn't in control and that he got manipulated. And I'm not going to say that he recognizes that he's human, because he never said that out loud, but maybe he did. Maybe he's like, wow, somebody kind of beat me. Like, Sheila kind of beat me in the game here and took control while I thought I was in control. And then he's further humbled by going from country to country to country and recognizing that flipping the middle finger to the world bit him back. And it wasn't going to just be a gradual escalation of power. He hit his limit and he bounced off of it. And now he has gone back down to basically where he was at the Pune ashram. And I'll wrap this up. I think that, like, I don't know what I think, but I can boil it down to one of two things that I think are both possible. One is that he was a narcissist until the end, and he simply de-escalated the approach later in life because he physically had to, and he was tired, and that's why things got simpler afterwards. But there's also a part of me, and maybe it's wishful thinking, that thinks maybe he had sincere remorse for certain things. Because if you listen to the lectures in the last year or two of his life, they change. It's a lot less about him and a lot more about just like life and spirituality, almost like those older sermons he used to do. But at the end of the day, my view of him is that whether he was sincere or not, he knew. He might not have known the full extent of what was going on, but at the end of the day, he cared way more about himself and his hedonism than he did taking care of the community that he directly created. And he produced the circumstances that allowed a lot of people, both inside and outside his ashrams, to get hurt. And that's my view.
All right. Well, such the tombstone shall read, never born, never died, stirred some shit up in Oregon, and then left planet Earth. I remember watching the interviews with the people who had been part of the ashram, including this one white guy who had been essentially Bhagwan's lawyer. This is in the Wild Wild Country Netflix documentary. And he says something which I kind of took right to the forehead. I was like, this seems pretty fair. And he said, look, it's undeniable that shit got out of control. It's undeniable that the group dynamic was not what any of us wanted or thought it was going to be. But it was a beautiful experiment, and we felt alive.
Mhm.
And there were a couple of people that did some really stupid, aggressive shit that basically ruined it for the rest of us. And, you know, my personal experience, meaning his, right? My personal experience is that I was invited to go on a spiritual journey. It was incredible, and it worked. It took me somewhere. And then he basically looks straight into the camera and he says, spirituality is real. Buy the ticket, take the ride, do it. And I gotta say, it's a fair take. I mean,
Yeah.
the element of Osho that, you know, unleashed micro-Stalinists, I guess, like Sheila, or got way too bound up in like the inertia of a big organization that's trying to protect itself. When you get into like, I have this group of people, I have this territory, we need to do self-defense, you know, that's when it turns into a country. That's when it turns into the Catholic Church. That's when it turns into the ends justify the means. Back when it was just a bunch of people coming together and there were few objections, then fine, whatever. It was just a lifestyle thing. But the moment that he started to think in organizational terms is, to me, the moment that this all went downhill. Like you mentioned, like he became obsessed at the end of his life with anarchism. It's like the basic concept of anarchism is that power is not self-justifying, that individuals should only associate in voluntary, spontaneous, horizontal organizations. They should be part of these voluntary cooperative efforts that anyone can join and anyone can leave, a syndicate, if you will. And I think that I'm speculating, but I imagine he looks at the hierarchical, as he said, like potentially fascist organization that cropped up under Sheila, and he's like, look, what I really wanted was something that was more, as certain French philosophers would say, rhizomatic, something that just spread through the ground, and it doesn't take leadership, and it doesn't take a staff, and it doesn't take marketing. It's just something that kind of gets under the ground like mycelium and spreads from there. So, but he didn't achieve that because he wanted to have fucking 93 Rolls Royces. And that to me is why I cannot let the guy off the hook.
That's the thing, is it is a tragic story of somebody who had the potential to do a lot of good, and maybe they even did, but they did a lot of bad that probably outweighed the good. Because I get what you're talking about, because I watched Wild Wild Country, and also even afterwards, I read the testimonies of people that were a gleeful part, not of the leadership, but just being a member of Rajneesh. And it's in his best moments, what Osho preached about was just freedom to love life. And you kind of saw that for a lot of people. Like when they went to these encounter groups where they were punching each other and stuff or whatever, to them, for not all of them, Sheila didn't like it. She actually hated it. But like there was this freedom. And when they were in these big orgies and stuff, like there was this freedom. And it just seemed like a place where you could do anything. But unfortunately, when enough humans collaborate on a project or an experiment, eventually it just turns into, like you said, a government. It turns into the Stanford Prison experiment, and the most deranged people, not even deranged, the most, I don't even know, narcissistic or antisocial people get to the top, and the tone changes, and it all falls apart. Although it is worth mentioning, as just one last bit, you might be thinking to yourself like, oh yeah, the Rajneesh fell apart. Nope. The Pune ashram still exists. It is a resort destination now.
I knew it.
Yep.
I knew it.
Yep. There are still Osho centers around the world.
Never give up on a strong brand.
Oh, yeah.
Never give up on a strong brand.
Osho never lived, never died. He simply left this world in 1990, and god damn it, you can make a lot of money off that name. And they still exist. I didn't do that too much research into what it's like now. I'm sure it's very different. It's kind of like how Thelema got different after Aleister Crowley died, where they kind of did the HR crew and came in and cleaned. They're like, let's get rid of the dirty shit. Just like, yeah, get a bunch of, let's just make it the White Lotus Hotel.
Can we scrub all the references to semen from the various public-facing materials? Can we at least put that behind a couple of airlocks?
Yeah. Do as thou wilt.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
No.
I was just going to say, is do as thou will is the whole of the law. But also, if you want to hurt people, don't do that. That's the asterisk they added on to the end of the lemma.
Let's clarify. Do not be an asshole in our religion. So, Richard, when we inevitably start a religion, of course, the first commandment will be don't be an asshole. I did think it was funny that Google, for the longest time, had a motto, which was don't be evil. And then they started doing business in China, like back in like late 2000s, like 2008, 2009, and they just quietly retired that motto. This was also, and I don't want to make it sound like it's a Chinese thing. This is also at the exact same time that they are spreading their ass cheeks for the NSA. So anyway, end of story. And thanks for coming on the show, Bhagwan Richard. What do you think we should do next?
I've got some ideas, but it seems like the one that you and I have kind of landed on is I think we're going to do a Lord Byron episode next. He's an interesting little guy.
Hell yeah.
Kind of a fun story, but I've got a bunch of different ideas and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Byron rocks. In addition to being, everybody's stereotypical image of like the sexy bohemian, like free-spirited poet, he also fought in the Greek War for Independence just for the fuck of it, and then wrote a poem about how cool it would be to die in a war, and then died in a war.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what? We shouldn't spoil it. He didn't die on a battlefield, but yeah.
No, he died of something much lamer, unfortunately.
Which isn't his fault.
Anyway, yeah. Well, she walks in beauty, like the night, of cloudless climes and starry skies, and all that's best of dark and bright meets in her aspect and her eyes. One of the most pussy-getting, stanzas in all of English poetry. Anyway, okay, let's sign off.
Well, thank you for listening, everybody.
Bye.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you for listening, everybody. I hope you had fun, and I look forward to doing more of this garbage. Not to be profane, more of this CRAP in the future, you know what I'm saying?
Bye.
Bye-bye.